Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Barbara Planning Commission meeting for March 18th, 2021. It does say 2020 on the screen, but it's actually 2021. So with that, I'm going to ask all the commissioners to please turn your webcams on. And while we're doing that, staff, if you would please let the public know how they can speak to the commission today during public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair Schwartz. To indicate that you would like to make a public comment, please click on the raise lower hand icon in the control panel. And the organizer, that is me, I will notify you when it's your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to speak and no time can be donated from another speaker. A red arrow pointed down indicates that your hand is raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeBusk. Commissioner Lodge, if you could turn your webcam on, and Commissioner Bonderson is having some technical difficulties. She's working through those, and Commissioner Reed had an unanticipated family emergency, so he will not be joining us today. So if we could please, I don't know if Commissioner Lodge is, there you are, very good. Great, no technical difficulties yet for you. Okay. With that, staff, if we could please go to a roll call, and I think it's Ms. Fennessy who's going to be doing that for us. There you are, Commissioner Bonderson, excellent. Can you hear us now, Commissioner Bonderson? Very good, okay. Ms. Fennessy, take it away for roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now begin the roll call. Chair Schwartz.
Here.
Vice Chair Escobedo.
Here.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Here.
Commissioner Higgins.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Commissioner Lodge, you need to unmute.
Here.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
Commissioner Reed. Absent. Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Now we'll go to preliminary matters and ask Ms. DeBusk to rejoin us. The first one is requests for continuances, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. We don't have any.
Very good. How about announcements or appeals?
Chair Schwartz, I don't have any announcements or appeals today.
Okay, nothing being scheduled there. Let's go then to review, consideration, and action on the February 18th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting minutes. And Mr. Reynolds, if you would turn your webcam off, please, for now. We're going to go through our preliminary matters, and we'll let staff know when we're ready for a presentation. Thank you. So let's go ahead and turn to our February 18th meeting minutes. Are there any requested changes to the meeting minutes for February 18th? I don't see any hands raised, so let's go ahead and we'll call for a motion on that.
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
Commissioner
I move the minutes.
Very good, thank
February
you.
18th.
Commissioner Lodge, a second. Very good. Ms. Fennessy, would you please do a voice vote on that motion?
Yes, I will now take a roll call vote. Vice Chair Escobedo.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bonderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. Moving right along, we're now going to go to our first item. Excuse me, before we do that, I'm going to ask Ms. Fennessy to stay tuned. We're going to see if there are any members of the public who would like to speak to us on items not on our agenda, and we'll ask Ms. DeBusk to facilitate that if there are.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. Again, for anyone that would like to make public comment for items that are not on today's agenda, please click the raise lower hand icon, which is in the left-hand side of your control panel, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. At this time, I do not see anyone raising their hand for general public comment. Ms. Fennessy, did we receive written correspondence for items not on today's agenda?
Yes, we have received one public comment for items not on this agenda that were distributed prior to this meeting.
Very good. Thanks to both of you. Now we'll go to our first new item. And commissioners, feel free to turn your webcams off. We're going to hear on a land use determination item. It's the airport industrial zone per municipal code 29.21.030. Ms. DeBusk, who will be making that presentation today?
Chair Schwartz, I will have a very, very brief intro, and that will be followed by Ms. Zackerson from the airport.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Zackerson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll turn it over to the two of you.
Thank you. So, Chair Schwartz and commissioners, as you mentioned, this is a request for a land use determination to determine if a gym or health club is an appropriate use for the AI2 zone. Next slide. This is a list of all the uses that are currently permitted in the AI2 zone. That's the airport industrial zone. You can see that number 20 is other uses determined to be appropriate by the Planning Commission. So that is why we're here today. A gym or health club is not specifically identified as a permitted use in this zone, but it's one that the Planning Commission can make that determination on. So the only additional information that I wanted to share based on a question that I received from Commissioner. Next slide, please. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the zoning that surrounds the airport specific plan, because part of the intent of the airport specific plan is to allow some commercial service type uses that will help reduce traffic in the area so that people working within the airport industrial specific plan area can more easily get to these types of services. So surrounding the project site to the east, we do have Old Town Goleta, as well as some general commercial zoning. And as noted on the bottom of this slide, a health club is allowed in regional commercial zoning, which is over to the west. There is a regional commercial center. It's also allowed in community commercial zone, which is the commercial uses that are along Calle Real. And it is allowed in Old Town with approval of a minor use permit. So just to give you some context of allowed uses around the project site. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Zackerson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Schwartz and Planning Commission. My name is Deanna Zackerson. I am the Business Development Manager at Santa Barbara Airport. And I have here today also Leif Reynolds, our Supervising Engineer, who's prepared to answer any questions that I might not be able to answer from the business perspective. Obviously, he was involved with the project from the very beginning. And actually, I believe the one time I have presented for you in the past has been about this particular project. So next slide, please. Alrighty, obviously, I know that you're well familiar with this project, but this is just a look back at what we believed at the time it was designed, that the project would look like when it was completed. I'll be able to show you a couple of photos of how it actually materialized. Next slide. All right, so just a recap of this development. I think you might remember that it was developed, or it is in 2 phases of development. So we have developed the first phase, which consists of 5 buildings, about 21,000 square feet of space. The vast majority of it, 4 buildings for light industrial uses, and 1 building on the corner of Frederick Lopez and Hollister Avenue that is was designated as a retail space. Across the street off of Lopez is a vacant lot which you may be familiar with as a former location of a movie theater and drive-in theater long ago. And so I believe that that is the reason behind the zoning of that being commercial recreational across the street. So, of course, this is primarily an industrial, light industrial use development, has some great amenities for that. And the building that we're talking about today is pretty distinctly different from those buildings, and the uses obviously are different. All right, next slide. Alrighty, so this building received its certificate of occupancy in mid-2019. As we anticipated, it was in high demand for that type of space, light industrial space, and it was fully leased actually mostly immediately before it was even able to be occupied. So it was occupied in 2019. It is fully leased except for the one space that we are here to talk to you about today. It does have a mix of some R&D tenants, light manufacturing, some industrial service and warehouse. We do have a couple of long-term tenants that have leases that are more than 5 years. A couple of tenants that have leased both sections of these buildings. They're divided into two sections of nearly equal size, and in a couple of cases, we have tenants that have leased the entire building. We were fortunate enough to lease the coffee shop space on the corner, and their construction actually timed fairly well from the standpoint of the pandemic, because they would not have been able to open for service had it been earlier than the summer of 2020. So they did open in the summer of 2020, and they've done well despite the challenges, of course, of operating during the last year or so with COVID. Next slide, please. And here is a photo of the coffee shop. I think it looks nearly identical, except for maybe the color of the umbrellas from the illustration you saw previously. We've leased, it's about 2,000 square feet to the interior. It has a nice patio. It is a 5-year lease with some options to renew. And you can see that we've managed to lease it at exactly what we had hoped to as far as retail lease rates go for the airport. Next slide, please. And here's just another couple of exterior views of that coffee shop. Next slide, please. So Unit 1A, this is the second unit in this building that has unfortunately remained vacant despite our efforts to lease it. It is 1,800 square feet, as you will see. It's not, it has not proven to be attractive as of any other use or as a light industrial space, and that really is because the size is much smaller than the others, and of course it does not have a roll-up door, so it wasn't intended for that. So despite the fact that there are a lot of uses that we could potentially lease this unit for, we have not been successful in doing so. Primarily, it doesn't have a lot of street frontage. You can't see it so much from the front. So we really have been trying to focus on trying to find a use for that space that could derive some synergies from its adjacency to the coffee shop. So next slide, please. All right, this is just a view of the interior, and I've tried to outline the space for you that that shows that in the orange outline of that space. As you can see, it does have a bit of an odd-shaped space to it, in part because the coffee shop, when it came in, really was interested in getting access to another door on the east side that was originally part of the adjacent space. So the coffee shop ended up being a little bit bigger, but that turned out to be quite advantageous for the coffee shop. So there are a lot of uses, as I said, for this space. We've hoped for things like a shipping store or a bank, a dry cleaner, something of that nature, and we just haven't been successful in finding that kind of a tenant. But we do have a proposal from a tenant now that is looking to open a fitness operation. It's not obviously like a Gold's Gym or anything like that. It's obviously a small space, so it's more of a small class size fitness, personal training that kind of a space. Next slide, please. And so the proposal that we have in front of us is to lease the 1,800 square feet at $1.95 per square foot, which is our retail lease rate for 3 to 5 years. And as I mentioned before, one-on-one fitness training, small group classes, a small retail component, water bottles, clothing, that kind of thing in that space. And I believe that with your packet, you should have received a letter from the intended tenant explaining a little bit more about their concept for that space. And we do believe that it would be a successful component there just because of its potential synergy with the coffee shop next door. Right, next slide, I think. We're just about to the end of it. Next slide. And at that point, I can take any questions, I believe. Is there a next slide?
This is the last slide.
Okay, excellent. Okay, great. So at this point, I'm happy to entertain any questions. And again, Leif is available to answer any questions that might be specific to his area of expertise.
Thank you, Ms. Zackerson. What we'll do now is ask you just to turn off your webcam and mute yourself. And we're going to ask the commissioners to come back on to see if we have any public comment associated with this item.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. And for members of the public who wish to make a public comment on this agenda item, please click the raise lower hand icon on the control panel, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The red arrow pointing down means that your hand is raised. And at this time, just gonna give it just a minute, but I don't see any members of the public that have raised their hand for this item. I'll ask Ms. Fennessy if we've received written correspondence for it.
We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Busk and Ms. Fennessy. So now we're going to bring it back to the commission. And Ms. Zackerson, you can come back with us, and any other staff members who are also available for questions, and bring it to the commission to start our questions. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just have one question. You mentioned that the length of the lease is 3 to 5 years. What does the potential lessee, what's their desirable lease period?
Well, we haven't quite completed the negotiation with this tenant, obviously, because of this question
Right.
of the leasability of the space. But typically the leases have in this development have been a 3-year lease with maybe a 2-year option, something of that nature. So we believe it'll be no less than 3, but it could end up being a 5-year lease.
Okay, but it will be no less than 3.
No less than 3, that's correct.
Okay, that's great. And then is there a fitness center in Old Town Goleta?
I am not familiar with one, certainly not any kind of a large-scale fitness operation. I'm not familiar with one in the Old Town corridor, no.
Because I think the specific plan basically says not to compete with Old Town Goleta, does it not? Yes,
believe
okay. Yeah, so it would be interesting to know the answer to that question, but those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Zackerson.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And Commissioner Bonderson, I know, has done some extensive research in the immediate geographic area to your question, Commissioner Wiscombe. So would you like to go next, Commissioner Bonderson? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And yes, I wanted to provide a little bit of background that hopefully will answer Commissioner Wiscombe directly. I wanted to let you all know I did a bit of research just for that same curiosity, but I went in all directions. There are no specific gym or health center per se as defined. In Old Town, there are dance studios or like karate studios, but there's no specific health center. And then in the opposite direction, staying on Hollister, we have 3 within a 2-mile radius. You all might be familiar with the Goleta Valley Athletic Club. That is about 1.1 miles out. And then there are 2 fitness or small group dance studios, again, within that area. So all 3 of them are in the city of Goleta. They're not in our airport zoning for the city of Santa Barbara. And then beyond that, any larger facility, like a Gold's Gym, they're on the opposite side of the freeway.
Thank you for answering my question. So Old Town Goleta, there's nothing that would be considered competition. Thank you very much, Commissioner Bonderson. That's very helpful.
Thank you. And thank you to Ms. DeBusk. After I did a little bit of research, I bumped those questions off of her. May I address Ms. DeBusk for a moment? I have a question with regard to what we spoke about. If you don't mind taking a moment and helping us know exactly how you would like us to basically come to a decision, what would you like us to use to discuss and deliberate a decision today?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson. I think the critical thought process that we'd like to hear from planning commissioners is, the basic question, is the use appropriate? But in terms of how you get there, really, we'd like to hear whether you think the proposed use is consistent with the intent of the airport industrial zone. And just briefly, in the intent section of the zone, it talks about the establishment of commercial services to serve employees of businesses within the airport specific plan, but also to minimize direct conflicts between the airport and Goleta commercial uses, which is why commercial retail uses are not allowed in this zone.
And Ms. DeBusk, is there a particular page that we could continue to reference regarding intent, just so we're all focused on the same language, please?
Yes, Chair Schwartz, the legislative intent for the zone is section 29.21.005 of the ordinance, and that is on page 3 of your staff report. It's the first exhibit.
Great, so we'll all have that handy. Back to you, Commissioner Bonderson, for additional questions.
Thank you. I also would like to mention another comment that she and I, Ms. DeBusk and I spoke about that may be useful to us as a group. Exhibit 4, which is on page 221. It's a zoning map, and it really helped us sort of to discuss and clarify the 3 different zones side by side, and how those zoning lines work together with the zoning legislative intent and uses permitted. And so I'd like to ask Ms. DeBusk one more time, if you don't mind sharing with us as a group and helping me remember, what is the specific reason that we have these lines, if any, and how do they interact with each other?
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Bonderson. So the airport industrial area has 2 zones. There's zone 1 and zone 2. Zone 2 is the location that the project site is in. And as you can see on the map, it is located closer to Hollister Avenue. And the zoning ordinance talks about the more intense uses being located in this AI2 zone, and that the intensity of uses decreases as you move towards the railroad tracks. So more of the industrial uses are in the AI1 zone, whereas some of the commercial service type uses are allowed in that AI2 zone. And as Ms. Zackerson mentioned, the ACR zone, which is located just to the east, but also comes down to the other side of Hollister, that was designated as zone 4 in the specific plan. And it was basically to reflect the fact that there were existing recreational type uses in that zone. And so those are the types of uses that were identified as allowed uses in the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. That explanation really helped me before, and hearing it again helps me again. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. That concludes my questions and my sort of my summary at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Lodge, please. Commissioner Lodge, one moment, you need to unmute. Thank you.
Adjacent to this property to the north is direct relief. It's a unique kind of use. What is it considered?
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Lodge, I do not know exactly what it was defined as when it went in, but I would anticipate that light industrial fits that type of use.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Vice Chair Escobedo or Commissioner Higgins, any questions for staff on this item?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones. We handle gyms as personal use in Title 30 now. Is that's the use category? That's to Mr. Busk.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Higgins. I believe it falls under the commercial recreational category, and I can double check that for you. But again, that's Title 30 and we are in Title 29 at the airport.
Understood. To the west of David Love is like a FedEx building. Is that right? Is that part of the zone district? No, what is that? What are the uses now north of David Love along Hollister?
Can we put that map back up for Commissioner Higgins' question? Put the map up, back up on the screen, please. Thank you so much.
Maybe the zone district map would be better. So we're talking about the A12 or AI2. Sorry, I don't remember the zone district name, but it's not. We're not talking about everything in the SP6, correct?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins, that is correct. Just the AI2 zone.
And then so west of David Love, for the balance of the presentation is about this particular building, which is east of David Love, in between Lopez and David Love, correct? Not
Yes,
really
that's
where the
correct.
star is, but okay. So what's happening north of David Love? What else are we effectively rezoning with this determination?
So this determination would apply to this entire development at 6100 Hollister. And then also, and hopefully Mr. Bolton can help me by pointing, there are 4 parcels located to the west of David Love. And so it would apply to those 4. I do not know what uses those are currently developed with.
Ms. Sacrison, do you know?
Yes, Commissioner Chair Schwartz, Commissioner. So that there is the state of California crime lab is in that area there. Otherwise, it is mostly vacant property. You may recall that there was an intention for a while to develop a car dealership on that property, but that unfortunately did not come to fruition.
And what's in the works there now?
There is currently no plans for that property. It's adjacent to the runway protection zone, so it is a bit of a difficult property to develop. It's not a contiguous property.
And then back to Mr. Busk, this interpretation, does this amend the specific plan? Or is this kind of just a more informal thing?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Higgins. It does not officially amend the specific plan, but we would use it as direction for future similar or the same type of use if it were to be proposed.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Bonderson, back to you for follow-on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to hold on to Mr. Busk for a moment. So when we make our determination today, it's just to be very clear, it's not exclusive to the address that is being discussed, 6100. It's the entire A12 zone. Is that correct?
That is correct. So what that would add on to it is those 4 parcels that we just talked about. And then there's one other parcel on the south side of Hollister. Actually, no, I take that back. That is not A12. So yes, just the 4 additional parcels that we just talked about.
Thank you. And then my final question, now that I had a moment to look again at the legislative intent, my understanding is our goal here is to make a decision that would support reducing traffic and providing basic service to this particular zone. Is that fair to say?
Commissioner Bonderson, I would expand it a little bit more that it's to provide commercial services to the entire specific plan area.
So
that
the
would-
entire airport district that we have on
Correct.
the exhibit.
Yes.
And so by potentially looking at this with the specific use of a gym health club, the concept is that we are providing a service to the people working in this zone so that they don't need to travel out and therefore reduces traffic into Old Town Goleta and so on. Correct?
Commissioner
That's
Bonderson, that is correct. However, we would not put any conditions on it that prohibit use by people outside of that specific plan.
Very good. And by putting a gym here, we're potentially also providing the service of the health club or gym to Old Town Goleta, since they don't have that immediate in their zone, correct? Or in their
Commissioner
area.
Bonderson, yes, that would be correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Let me just check in with the other commission to see if there are follow-on questions. Commissioner Higgins, please.
Okay, Ms. Zackerson, maybe I think you maybe described that it wouldn't be a Bolt's gym or something like that. Did you say that? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, Commissioner Higgins, the space is only 1,800 square feet, so it doesn't lend itself to really having any, heavy equipment or anything like that. It is a small fitness studio would probably be the best way to describe it, since it is rather limited in space.
Okay, back to Mr. Busk. You're not asking us to decipher the difference between that level of gymnasium and this level. I mean, we're just going to go with its personal services here. Is that the request, or are we getting into the weeds with this determination?
Commissioner Higgins, you could certainly provide feedback if you had concerns that a large scale regional draw type of fitness center might not be appropriate, whereas given the size of this space, it's more of a health club and that is appropriate. So if you feel like there's a distinction, you could absolutely make that a part of any decision.
Do we ever draw a square footage limitation on other uses? I'm familiar within the county where convenience stores over a certain size are a different category of permit threshold. Do we do that in the city? I can't remember.
Commissioner Higgins, there are a few zones, and now I'm referring to Title 30, but there are a few categories where a 2,500 square foot limit is placed on certain uses to ensure that they are a smaller scale. And there are a couple other designations where there is a split based on the size. And I believe warehousing might be one of them. However, as I said, we're in Title 29, which is adopted by the Coastal Commission, and it does not have those same
Yeah, I understood. I just couldn't recall if that was a common practice in the city, but it sounds like it, while not common, it is used. And I'm not suggesting that. I maybe want to hear from my other commissioners on that concept. I don't know what the difference between a regional draw sort of gym would be and a boutique gym in terms of land use impacts. So if anybody else wants to chase that, I'm interested in hearing from them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before I go to Vice Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Higgins and the rest of my colleagues, I'd like to draw your attention to the very last page in our package. It's Exhibit 6. It's a letter from John and Jennifer Berger, and they very clearly describe this as a boutique gym business, one-on-one small group classes, etc., which I think with a cap on attendance, reserving the attendance online before each class starts. And so I think this describes and hopefully portrays the difference, Commissioner Higgins, between what we might think of as a very large scale fitness facility, drop-in, etc., compared to what the Bergers are proposing here. So just for everyone's to just quickly reference that. Vice Chair Escobedo, you wanted to go next.
Yes, Madam Chair. I was just going to respond to Commissioner Higgins and say, working in the recreational space, I would definitely place a distinction between a boutique fitness facility like this and a health club like Goleta Athletic Valley Club or a Gold's Gym. They typically attract two different populations. Like the applicant letter states, these boutique gyms focus more on one-on-one or smaller fitness classes, so you get a more personal touch. Health clubs typically offer fitness classes, but it's mostly for drop-in use of free weights, ellipticals, different fitness equipment. So I would place a distinction, and personally, I think I'm leaning more towards this boutique use versus the health club, their larger Gold's Gyms or Goleta Valley Athletic Health Clubs.
And Commissioner Escobedo and the rest of the Planning Commission, Mr. Berger is available if you have specific questions related to the proposed use.
And again, before Commissioner Higgins, I see your hand up. Again, I think that if we see the letter in front of us, and Mr. Bolden, if you could enlarge this just a bit towards the top. The Bergers very clearly describe the specific type of fitness facility that this is. And I think that should help answer some of these questions, maybe all the questions in terms of how it's differentiated between what I and Vice Chair Escobedo described, the large and the small, the custom based on reservation attendance only versus drop-in. Commissioner Higgins, you had a follow-up question or so?
Well, how does this work, Mr. Busk? I mean, we're going to make an interpretation here and then give some color commentary about why we think it works or doesn't work. Then 5 years from now, somebody comes in and says, I want to do something similar, but not exact. I don't know, in terms of the description in this letter, I don't want to bind people in the future from the overarching concept, which is we have a use that is kind of ancillary to office and industrial, because it's, it may attract neighbors of DRI or people that work at DRI or whatever, and they don't got to get in a car and go anywhere. So, but say somebody comes in 5 years and says it's all drop-in use. Are we going to put them back through this process up to the Planning Commission? Because I don't really see a land use difference in drop-in use versus reserved classes online. I know the distinction that Commissioner Escobedo is making. I appreciate that, but I don't think there's a land use impact.
Commissioner Higgins, in terms of that, staff would take a look at what the motion is, and just like with any other use, we would do our best to interpret, right? So we allow some flexibility. We're not entirely stuck on the exact language. We do our best to address based on the language of the ordinance and as well as the language of the motion that the Planning Commission makes. That said, things change. The zoning ordinance might be amended, you know, in that time. So it's always a little bit fluid. And so we will apply it to the best of our ability at that time based on the circumstances.
thank you,
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Higgins, we also have the circulation element in our package. So when you talk about land use, it's also impacts to the immediate area in terms of the land use. So if anyone wants to reference it, it's page 85 of 226 in our package, which may help answer some questions regarding the circulation element impacts. So you see here, you know, vehicular circulation, et cetera. And I would think, Ms. DeBusk, but let me ask you if I could, that with this type of boutique gym, reservation needed in advance, more like the one-on-one small group classes, that we would be able to see this as a low impact in terms of the circulation element. Would you agree with me on that?
Chair Schwartz, I would agree. However, you know, I would caution you in terms of being too specific about the use, because that becomes a very difficult thing for us to enforce. And
Okay.
similar to what Commissioner Higgins said, there may not be much difference in the amount of traffic, whether it's drop-in or by appointment. It's really more based on the class size.
Okay. I have one question, but let me see my colleagues if there's anybody else who has any more questions. Okay, Ms. DeBusk, I just want to ask you to clarify if we could have Exhibit 4, the zoning map, Mr. Bolton, back up on the screen. You mentioned that, yes, let's enlarge it just a bit. You mentioned that, I mean, and I know we're just looking at AI2. When I look across Hollister, it's a little difficult for me to read the finer print or fainter print. Is this AI2 and SD3? Am I reading that correctly? SP6, AI, SD3. So for certain, not, because part of what's across the street is AI2.
Commissioner
You're saying
Schwartz,
that's-
Chair Schwartz, you are
yes.
correct.
Mhm.
Yes, I was reading that incorrectly previously. It's AI2,
Okay.
but it also has that additional AIA zoning.
Right. Okay, any comment for us about any implications of it crossing Hollister for our decision-making today, or no? Okay.
Chair Schwartz, no, I don't believe so.
Okay, all right, very good. That's it from me. Comments, deliberations for the commission, if we're finished. I guess I could ask Ms. Zackerson and Mr. Reynolds, you can go ahead and turn off your webcams if we're finished asking questions. Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only comment is I would like to see the motion include a minimum length of lease. I think that's appropriate. I know Ms. Zackerson said minimum of 3 years, but I think it should be conditioned on a minimum length of lease, just to protect the space, since it's been so difficult to rent, and we're going through the process now.
Ding,
And I see Ms. Ostringer on. Maybe we can't do that.
Chair Schwartz and Commissioner Wiscombe, unfortunately, you can't bind the city's ability to contract. In particular, the space is also under the purview of the Airport Commission.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to protect the lease a little bit. I don't have anything else. I think that perhaps Vice Chair Escobedo could weigh in on if maybe some language in the motion for this boutique. I don't think we should restrict the tenant from, drop in or reservation. I think they need the flexibility to run the businesses as they see fit. But perhaps Vice Chair Escobedo could weigh in with some language about, how we kind of allow the use but control the site. I certainly support the use of the space, and that's really all I have to say. Good.
Vice Chair Escobedo, would you like to jump in at this point?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. My larger point wasn't necessarily differentiating between drop-in and not. It was more of saying boutique fitness clubs like this, they typically have classes and they're typically smaller, so there's fewer people. So my larger point, and maybe I didn't articulate it correctly, is it would have a lesser impact to the immediate area, nearby areas, particularly thinking of Goleta Valley Athletic Club. I don't think that this is going to greatly impact them or greatly impact traffic. And so language around.
I totally got what you said. If I didn't say it correctly, I totally agreed with what you said.
And I think in terms of language, I know in the industry, boutique health club is kind of what we call businesses like these. And terminology may change in the future, but if we can somehow keep that context in the minutes, I think staff can interpret it in the future for future applications.
You know, this is raising a clarifying question in my mind, colleagues. I thought that I heard Ms. DeBusk say to not, or caution us or encourage us to not get too specific and to really focus on support for providing commercial services to the AI2 area. So Ms. DeBusk, could either you or Ms. Ostring or whoever is appropriate just help us finesse this a little bit as we continue on with our comments towards some sort of a concluding deliberation?
Commissioner Schwartz, I know the term boutique is not defined, but I think it does help staff understand the direction that the Planning Commission is going. So I think it provides some flexibility, but also gives us an understanding that, you know, we're not looking for a gym that might be twice the size of this, that it's something a little bit smaller and that would have a little bit less of a regional draw to it. So I think that term helps. If there's anything else that you can think of that would help either narrow it or expand it more, depending on your desires, I think that could work too. But I understand the direction.
Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe, anything else in terms of your thoughts before we continue on? Okay, very good. And again, I would just encourage us to look by way of reference at the letter from John and Jennifer Berger at the last page of our packet, because they themselves, as the interested party, have described the nature of the commercial service they'd be looking to provide. And they do refer to it as a boutique gym business for physical conditioning and health improvement purposes. Other thoughts? Commissioner Higgins, please.
Yeah, I'll go with this. I think that this particular use as described is consistent, or at least ancillary, and should be allowed, given the obvious sort of internal benefits to those neighboring uses and the ability to go to work and then go get some exercise nearby. So it's pretty basic. I sort of like the idea of suggesting to staff that this be held at a certain square footage, so we don't see a big regional gym pop up next door across the street. You know, I don't want to stifle the city's ability to lease property, but we do have, you know, a certain set of rules that we have to abide by, and we're trying to give a little flexibility, or at least I am, and this commission has done the same in terms of our restrictive zone districts down by the harbor and the waterfront as it relates to, you know, economic development and COVID and hard times. So I'm for this, and I'll leave it at that.
So Commissioner Higgins, can I just press you for a moment? So this is 1,800 square feet, as I thought I heard. When you talk about limiting the square footage, can you just expand on that so I understand what your thought was?
I'll say, I think that this proposal is consistent. And I guess what I'm not saying is anything larger than this I would want to have come back for a different interpretation on a later date.
Okay, interesting. Yes, Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what Commissioner Higgins is saying I would hate to see a 1,950 square foot use come back to us, so limiting it to square footage, I actually liked Vice Chair Escobedo's idea of using the word boutique, and I think Mr. Busk was comfortable with that, although it's not defined. It's defined in the letter by the applicant for the lease, and since it's a term, Vice Chair Escobedo's in that business, and if it's boutique health center, boutique gym, the word boutique, I think really defines what we're trying to go after here, rather than limit a square footage that maybe binds the airport more than it should. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lodge, please.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz. I concur with what Commissioner Wiscombe said. I think the use of the word boutique will limit it, any further applications of this sort, although one come up on airport property within this zone is unlikely, given if this one is approved. It seems an appropriate use to me, and not that far out of, in that it's a rather modest operation, and it does provide a service for airport employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Additional thoughts? Any thoughts at all? As you've been kind of hearing the range of questions and comments, I'll just kind of look around. I'll make just a few comments here. I am in support of the requested commercial services use in the AI2 area, specifically as the applicants, John and Jennifer Berger, have described. And for lack of any other concrete term, I think boutique really does sort of signal a certain scale. We've seen this in the boutique hotel industry, boutique gyms. I think there's a common knowledge or a common sense of anything boutique being of smaller scale, more specialization, customization. So I'm in support of that. It's interesting to me in looking at the legislative intent, this won't be the first or last time that this sort of comes to our attention. And the intent in this zone, again, light industrial and manufacturing, really is from another era. It doesn't mean that none of these uses are still appropriate or desirable by property owners, tenants, really tenants, because the city owns the property. But as I've said before, I think flexibility is key. Nimble zoning is key, because we cannot anticipate not only economic changes, societal changes, but also as different types of uses move around, need to move around, are within the city boundaries, even to this kind of farther area out of our city boundary. As the funk zone has changed, and I think Commissioner Higgins and I have talked about this in particular in prior hearings, and also former Commissioner Jordan, with many of those uses that were in the funk zone for decades, really having been not intentionally pushed out, but financially pushed out as properties turned over and the rents increased. You know, these light industrial uses, commercial uses, we have fewer areas in our urban core for these sorts of uses and these sorts of businesses. So I'm very supportive of this, and I'm guessing that the direct relief international employees will really like having this just steps away from their door. That would seem to me to be very attractive. And again, it also helps, not that this is a key part of our decision-making. I referenced the circulation element, and there's an environmental sustainability component, because there's no need to get in a car and drive and park and have the parking real estate also being taken up. They're simply going to walk from Direct Relief right over there to this boutique gym. So to me, it's a win-win. And this type of decision used to come to our lunch meetings. And so here again is an example of, yes, right now we're handling it in our 1 o'clock live televised hearings, but this is the sort of item that we would typically administratively take up in a 1 hour lunch meeting. And I presume that we'll get back to that when we can. So that's it from me. Would anybody like to start to bring us in? Commissioner Wiscombe, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll move, and please help me with the language if I'm not getting this, that this use as described in the applicant's letter is consistent with the intent of the airport commercial zone and provides commercial service to the entire area. And I'd like to get in the term boutique gym as described in the applicant's letter. I think that's important. And I just move that we allow the use.
Second.
Okay.
Not very well worded, but.
Well, let me, before we go to discussion, let me ask Ms. DeBusk if we need to wordsmith that motion at all. No offense, absolutely no offense,
Yeah.
but you know.
Thank you, Chair Schwartz.
I should have said boutique gym as described in the applicant's letter. I added that afterwards, Ms. DeVos.
That's exactly what I would have suggested. Yes.
And then did you say, maker of the motion, Wiscombe, did you say specifically the AI2 zone?
No,
Which
I
is
didn't,
what-
but yes, correct me, yes, in the AI2 zone,
Two
yes.
zone, okay.
The motion should include that, yes.
Okay, so we've just slightly amended it. Does that work for you, Commissioner Higgins, as the seconder of the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, very good. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Fennessy, if you would please take a voice vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes,
Vice Chair Escobedo,
Yes.
Chair Schwartz.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Motion
you, Ms.
passes.
Fennessy. Very good. Thank you, Ms. Fennessy. So we can take down this presentation, and I'm going to read the next item into the record, and then I'm going to make a statement for myself. This is the application of Brad Hess, Public Works Department, City of Santa Barbara, owner of 119 East Coda Street, to be changed to 601 Santa Barbara Street. And the statement I need to read is in conjunction with my mayoral political campaign. I have sought advice from and received guidance from the California Fair Political Practices Commission. So my recusal today is for the following reason. As a public officer who has received a contribution of more than $250 in the prior 12 months from a party or participant associated with today's project, I'm disclosing this for the record and recusing myself from participation in the making of a decision in accordance with Government Code Section 84308C. So with that, I'm going to turn over the facilitation of this item and the rest of our hearing to Vice Chair Escobedo, and great to being able to turn it over to you, Vice Chair Escobedo. And I will go ahead and excuse myself and see you all again soon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before we get started today, I do have some big shoes to fill, and so I'm confident that with a little bit of grace from my fellow commissioners, staff, the applicant, and those watching, we're going to have a really productive meeting because we have a really important project before us. So this is, as Chair Schwartz said, 119 East Coda, and it is the police station. And I wanted to frame this before we get into the staff presentation, that there are two things before us today. The first is the applicant has applied for an exception to the 45-foot height limit. And so Planning Commission is being asked by staff and the applicant to take action on that today. In addition, we are also being asked to provide general comments to the applicant regarding the overall proposed project. And this would, in the future, come back to Planning Commission for a development plan. So those comments would be really important. And now I will welcome Ms. Kennedy on to give the staff presentation. Following her presentation, we're going to have Brad Hess from the applicant team lead their presentation. And following that, we'll open up public comment, at which time we will take a look at the clock, but we'll likely take a short recess and return for commissioner questions and deliberation. Hello, Ms. Kennedy.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. So I wanted to let you know, first of all, that the planning staff presentation will be a little bit different today. I won't be presenting the plans or elevations like we normally do. I'm going to have the applicant team do that, which consists of Public Works Department, as you know, and the architect. So, but I did want to let you know what I will be providing. So I will give, like you did, the purpose of the hearing today, a brief project description, a brief background about the site selection, because there's a lot involved in that, provide the required findings for the height exception, provide you with the development plan findings, which will help you when you do your concept review, because like you said, the project will be returning to the Planning Commission, and then our staff recommendation. So just to note on this first slide, as Chair Schwartz said, the new address is going to be 601 Santa Barbara Street. So we put that up there. We want everyone to get used to that address. It's not official yet, but that's the address that will be for the police station, assuming that this is approved in the future. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the hearing today is concept review to provide general comments regarding the overall proposed project. As you know, this project hasn't really been officially submitted for the development review yet. So it's still conceptual. So we'd like comments regarding that. And then a request to take action on the height exception request. And this is to allow the police station to be between 45 and 60 feet in height. Next slide, please. So just a brief project description summary. The police station building would be 3 stories above grade with 1 below grade level. And the highest portion would be approximately 53 feet in height. And that does not include the tower element. The parking structure would be 3 levels above grade and then 1 level below grade. The height of that building would be approximately 37.5 feet in height. There are approximately 250 parking spaces being provided. At this point, I think that has been reduced a little bit, and it still may be changed in the future since this is still being refined. And then there would be 8 visitor parking spaces located at the surface level at the entrance to the building. Next slide, please. So for this project, there are these discretionary applications. Of course, today is the height exception approval by the Planning Commission, and then the project would return to you for development plan approval for the non-residential floor area, and then again go to the ABR for project design and final approvals. Next slide, please. So just briefly about the site selection, excuse me, back in 2018, City Council authorized staff to begin the site selection process. Staff considered all possible sites throughout the city that could potentially meet some or all of the needs of the new police station. You may recall, some of you from the Planning Commission who are currently on the commission were part of the commission at this time back in 2018. Two of the sites were brought to you to review. They included the CODA commuter parking lot and the Louise Lowry Davis Center. And I've included the Planning Commission minutes in your staff report, but in summary, all agreed that the commuter lot was the most viable location, given those two that you reviewed. Next slide, please. And then in March of 2019, Council directed staff to further examine other sites. So 20 sites were further analyzed, and then of those 25 were carried forward, and those are listed here: the Louise Lowry Davis Center, the CODA commuter lot, adding a portion of the EDD parking lot, which is located to the north, the Earl Warren Showgrounds, and then the Sears property at the Cooper Plaza. And then in September of 2019, the council reviewed all of these projects again and designated the CODA lot as the preferred site. And then in March of last year, council designated the police station project as a community benefit project. And what that does is allow this applicant to request a height exception from the Planning Commission, and that's why we're here today. Next slide, please. So of course, here's the project location in the center. It's just a couple of blocks from State Street, a few blocks from City Hall, located between Santa Barbara Street and Anacapa Street. Next slide, please. In regard to project review by the city, the project was submitted for the PRT review on two occasions, December 2019 and November 2020, and staff provided preliminary comments on the design for them. And then it did go to ABR on 3 occasions, the dates listed here. Of note is that the ABR did support the height exception at all 3 of those hearings. And Vice Chair Richard Six will be speaking later. He has been asked to provide some comments from the ABR, and he'll be doing that later on in the hearing. Next slide, please. So there are, of course, current uses on the project site. There's permit parking, monthly parking permits are issued. There's also free public parking on evenings and weekends, and then the farmer's market on Saturday mornings. So in regard to the permit parking, staff is working on finding other locations for the permit holders, and that will be worked out prior to any construction or approval of this project. In regard to evening and weekend parking, there are other parking lots within close proximity to this site. And then in regard to the Saturday Farmers Market, the Farmers Market has submitted a new application. They did that in June of 2020 to relocate the market to the public right-of-way on Carrillo and along State Street. So that is currently in review, and it is expected to obtain approvals either at this location or another location prior to any changes at the commuter lot location. Next slide, please. So there are, of course, 4 height exception findings, and I'll go through those for this action today. Number 1 is demonstrated need. The applicant has adequately demonstrated a need for the project to exceed 45 feet in height that is related to the project's benefit to the community, or due to site constraints, or in order to achieve desired architectural qualities. Next, please. The next finding is in regard to architecture and design, and that the project will be exemplary in its design. Next slide, please. So this third finding is really not applicable to this project. It just relates to residential units, of which this project does not have any. So we can switch to the next slide, please. And the 4th is sensitivity to context. The project design will complement the setting and the character of the neighboring properties, with sensitivity to any adjacent federal, state, or city landmarks, or any nearby designated historic resources, including city designated structures of merit. Next slide, please. So these are the 3 applicable findings. I removed the livability one. So when we get to the point where you are ready to take action, we can return to this slide if you like. But these are the findings required for you to make this exception. Next slide, please. So as you know, this is also a concept review hearing, looking for comments from the commission about overall project, any of the things that are of interest to you. We'd like to hear comments about. We're suggesting you look at the development plan findings, which I'll show you in a moment, any environmental considerations, perhaps tree removals. There are a number of trees to be removed from the site. And there were a couple of issues discussed at the ABR that may be of interest to the commission. There was much talk about the location of the main entrance on Santa Barbara Street, and then some discussion about converting the on-street parking area along Santa Barbara Street with some parkway. Next slide, please. So these are the development plan findings, which you are very familiar. They are that the project complies with all applicable provisions of the zoning ordinance, is consistent with the principles of sound community planning, will not have a significant adverse impact upon the community's aesthetics or character, and that the size, bulk, or scale of the development will be compatible with the neighborhood based on the project compatibility analysis criteria, and is consistent with the policies of the traffic management strategy. So I provide these so you can think ahead, since these are the findings that need to be made down the line. Next slide, please. Next slide. So our recommendation is to have you provide general comments overall regarding the overall proposed project, and approve the height exception to allow the police station to be between 45 and 60 feet in height, making the required findings of demonstrated need, architecture and design, and sensitivity to context as described in the staff report. And next slide, please. In regard to next steps, so if the Planning Commission does approve this height exception, the project would return to the ABR for additional review of design. They had some comments that the applicant is going to be addressing before the ABR. A submittal of a formal application to the staff for completeness review, environmental review, and then they would return to the Planning Commission for a development plan consideration. And then finally, project design and final approvals by the ABR. So that concludes staff's presentation. Of course, I'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And I, at this point, will welcome Mr. Hess on. Good afternoon, Mr. Hess. And before you get started, if you could please introduce the other members that you have on the applicant team.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for that. And good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners. My name is Brad Hess, and I'm the Principal Project Manager for the city and for this project. And with me today, I have Sarah Isa, who's our Senior Planner with the city. I have Captain Marilinda Arroyo from our Police Department. I have Jim McLaren, who's the Principal Architect with MWL. I have Brian Cornell, who's the Principal Architect with Cornell Collective, and Courtney Jane Miller with CJM Landscape Architecture. So again, thank you for this opportunity to be here. We have a lot to cover, so our team will be speaking quickly and efficiently as we go through the slides. But I'm going to begin with some brief history. Following me will be Captain Marilinda Arroyo, and followed by the architects who will then walk you through the plans. Next slide, please. So the existing police station was built in 1959 for a staff of 85. And with now 212 sworn and unsworn officers in 4 locations, along with 40 to 50 part-time workers and volunteers, the need for a new station is great and has been since the 1980s. I won't go into the shortcomings of the police department because the case has been made many times, but the city of Santa Barbara understood this and passed Measure C in 2017 as a result of this need and the multiple infrastructure needs throughout the city. A design team was hired in early 2018 with Cornell Collective as the local architect and MWL as the technical architect. We quickly went into the programming phase where through interviews, surveys, And using industry standards, the size of the building was determined by the needs and requirements for Santa Barbara's police department. Jim McLaren, who you will hear from in a bit, is the principal architect from MWL and has helped design over 300 police stations and is truly considered to be the national expert in this field. We're very proud to have him on our team. Jim conducted the programming phase and based on our police department's org chart and operations, he determined we need a station of about 72,000 square feet. And as was noted, finding a site in Santa Barbara that met the site criteria was very challenging because our city is built out. So we evaluated 19 sites and studied 5 of them. Quick note, Ms. Kennedy noted that it was 20. There was a non-project that was counted in that 20. So, but technically 19 sites and we studied 5 of them. Next slide, please. So the Coda commuter parking lot, as you know, rose to the top and City Council selected as the preferred site alternative for environmental review on September 17th, 2019. It is the site that best meets the site criteria and meets the needs of the police department. This was about an 18-month review process involving the public through workshops and with City Council. And in March of last year, the project was designated as a community benefit project, as you heard. Next slide, please. As part of the review of this site, DUDEC conducted all of the studies required under SECRA, and this project has been through the pre-application review team process twice. We've been to the Architectural Board of Review 3 times, as Ms. Kennedy pointed out, the most recent being a work session with the board in order to get more deeply into many issues and the history that specifically relate to the design. And in all 3 hearings with ABR, they supported the height of this project and asked that the design team focus on aesthetics and elevations along Coda and Santa Barbara streets. That work is continuing, as you know, and we will be returning to ABR, which brings us to the present. Next slide, please. Although the height was supported by ABR, and this is a community benefit project, we also understand the issues concerning compatibility and the requests made for story poles. Our concerns for story poles are that, in our experience and from what we've heard from ABR and HLC members, is that the poles have limited efficacy in showing the project in context. And while this can be debated, putting in story poles would directly impact the farmers market. With this larger project, the poles would take at least a week to install and approximately the same amount of time to remove, impacting the Saturday market for 2 weeks, possibly 3. We are hoping to avoid this and feel that a technical solution to evaluate this site is available to us. We have photo simulations currently installed at the site for public viewing, showing the existing and proposed side by side. We have a flyover simulation and a walk-around simulation that you will see shortly, which we feel are really effective tools in evaluating how this project will look and feel in context rather than poles and flags in the air. These simulations, both the existing and proposed, along with the videos, are available online at the police station website so anyone can see them. And with all of that being said, we look forward to hearing your feedback on this very exciting project for our community. And I'd like to now turn it over to Captain Mary Linda Arroyo with our police department. So next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm here representing all of the men and women of the Santa Barbara Police Department and letting you know, as I'm sure you're well aware, we definitely need a new police department. And anecdotally, as I told the Architectural Review Board, when I was an elementary school student here in the city of Santa Barbara, I took a tour of the police department. And I remember back then seeing several people in small closets that were offices. And actually back then I thought it was kind of cool. Now working here and having been here now for 30 years at the police department, both as a part-time employee and as a full-time officer, I can tell you that we have far outgrown our department. I can't say enough good things about Jim and working with him for weeks and months with input from all of the employees, and external gathering of information to try to build us the best possible community police department we can. So with that, I will turn it over to Jim.
Thank you. Well, what I'd like to do, if I may, is take you on a quick tour of the facility, and emphasis on quick. I heard Brad. So the first theme is starting to look at the ground floor of the building. There's a theme here. We want safety and security for our staff and visitors. We want a facility that consolidates and brings together all those facilities that are located all throughout Santa Barbara into one area for excellence in customer service, so people can find the services they need without having to go to a variety of leased and other buildings. We wanted the design to reinforce efficacy and efficiency in the police day-to-day operations in their deployment and their routine services. So this floor, the ground floor, provides public access, patrol services with direct access to the streets. It also allows for deliveries and emergency services. Next. The overall floor plate is a side-by-side design. And the rationale for that is because we were looking for the most efficient parking layout we could and the most efficient building floor plan layout we could to most efficiently use the precious land you have there in Santa Barbara. Next, please. So the first level allows for access into a parking structure that allows for this first trade to have primarily access for first responders. Next, please. You have two access points. Now, this is very critical because what we're trying to do always in police facility design is provide a way that we can get access to two separate streets, typically as far apart as possible, in case one may be blocked for whatever reason. In this case, we have access on Dakota, which is an excellent street for that because it has two directions in and out. And it also provided us access on Santa Barbara Street, which of course would be left in, left out. The main thing with this too is that we tried to structure the building so that it would best use the topography of the site, because there's actually quite a difference from the northerly portion on Santa Barbara Street down to the corner of Coda and Santa Barbara. So trying to balance this out, this allowed us to bring vehicles in from both and use that first parking floor plate for direct access to this level. The main thing too, you'll note, is that the parking is structured in such a way that it is on each floor at the same floor-to-floor height as the building. And in police facilities, it's fairly important because we have a lot of infrastructure and a lot of structure because they're built to higher seismic standards. So we've used a 14'8" floor-to-floor on the building. Next, please. So once you enter that garage, the first floor plate there would be for fleet, but personal cars would use the ramp up to levels above. There's also a ramp down to the floor below for technical use in the more sheltered below grade parking, which I'll show you in a moment. Next, please. The balance of this floor plate for garage has specialty support. There's a vehicle lab for examination of vehicles brought in that have evidentiary value. That was an interesting thing to locate because it has to be a place where we could raise or lower the vehicle to look underneath. Space for canines so that they can be housed outside of the car. We don't want to leave the cars running. And space for the bike squad. Next, please. Now, one of the major components that we have to consider with police facilities is how the public accesses the building and where they park. We're always trying to make sure that we provide a safe place for people to access the building. But now with most of our clients with this type of structure, we're finding that that public area is used for a variety of different activities more than just accessing and entry into the building. It's used for things like court-ordered child custody transfers. It's used for e-commerce activities to have good visibility for things like Craigslist transactions. It was important to keep looking at the way this building would work too, so that it would be as safe for people visiting as possible, so that we try to make sure that it's not located in a way that would be subject to vehicular ram. Next, please. We also have to have the normal day-to-day delivery, things for access to refuel the generators, supplies in, garbage out. Next, please. But there was also a desire with staff in the way that the city works to have space where you could also schedule some outdoor events, kind of pop-up bollards potentially, and use that front door area, if you will, for celebratory events, National Night Out, contemplative events, memorials, remembrances, and also for community events. We're seeing a lot of police facilities now used for things even right up to vaccination fairs. Next, please. So where the public enters the building is at that corner. We try to landmark it so that it's something that is immediately readily visible from where a person would arrive and park. From that area, there's a vertical circulation that's required down to evidence and up for other services, community meeting rooms, use of follow-up visits with investigators. Next, please. The loading and access area services zone that also has a second elevator that can go deliver items up from that loading area to the meeting rooms. It also moves evidence from the lower level to the lab on the upper floor. And it also enables movement of persons of interest from short-term holding and custody downstairs in the building up and out if they're released on their own recognizance. Next, please. Many of the people arriving to the building, their primary access point is to talk to someone in records. So there's a public service counter right there where they could obtain service. Next, please. One of the key elements of this building was trying to find the best possible way to integrate the emergency communications into the building. Right now it's located in the Rio Grande garage. And the reality is we wanted to have a space where it would be elevated to the street, and at that corner, the floor plate is, I believe, 5 feet or so or more above the ground. And then you'd have your elevated windowsills as well. But we also wanted to be able to provide a space where, by having that elevated windowsills, the folks that are handling those calls could maintain views through the windows in a secure fashion, to get their bearings. It's a very stressful job. And next, please. Have them right next to patrol, because then for emergency service and coordination, the watch commanders would have direct access to be able to communicate with 911. Next, please. So one more, next. The patrol area was critical because you'll see in a moment the way the flow works for the building is key to the layout. Again, fleet vehicles are parked only on that level, and the patrol area has direct access to the fleet, and out they go. There's also an area for direct circulation up to lockers and down to training. Next, please. Okay, the lower level became an extremely important level to deal with because we used it to highlight all the spaces that needed acoustical separation, needed a high level of discretion, and a place to store personal specialty vehicles. Next, please. So next, please. So this again is a fleet parking area, but you'll see there's some space actually used within the garage. Next, please. In the center of this is a firearms proficiency range, and that is located there because it's the only place in the building where it has no direct wall or space that would be contiguous to another function, so we can completely isolate any sound or acoustical issues associated with it. And it also allows for vehicles to be introduced into the range for training. There's also spaces for motorcycles and some archive storage. Next, please. Now, the balance of this floor has high security. There's that elevator that goes to evidence. This is where evidence is. And there's the public elevator that goes down to a specialty vestibule where they can securely do evidence transfers to the public directly from the lobby without violating security of the building. Next, please. Short-term holding is at this level, so we have a space for custody, interviews, breath alcohol testing, that sort of thing. And if folks are going to be transported, there's a secure garage for doing that, or they can be released if someone is, if it's an owner cognizant situation, up and out in a secure fashion that doesn't go through the secure portions of the building. Next, please. There's specialized training in this level. There's physical agility training. There's a firearm simulator at this level for judgment calls. Next, please. There's space for specialty storage for the crisis negotiation team, also direct access to vehicles. And then next. There's also the server room, and that's located directly below the communication center. Next, please. And that's key so that we can actually save some of the vertical circulation and duct space to move those the communications links and wires. Next, please. Now, the second floor, when we move up, it still has public access spaces, patrol community meeting rooms, for instance, and patrol support spaces. Next. Next. This would be unmarked and staffed vehicles. So personal vehicles would be driven up to this floor. Remember, the floor below is access directly to the street, so that the patrol and fleet vehicles would have the shortest and most efficient route for response. So on this floor, next please. We have an upper lobby that can be accessed from a staircase through a two-story space from the lobby up. And that provides also kind of an outdoor waiting area for community meetings in the community meeting room. Next, please. The community meeting room can be used for emergency response if there were ever an earthquake, that sort of thing. It could be pressed into service for all sorts of emergency use, as well as in-service training for staff and outreach to the public. Next, please. The balance of this floor has patrol and community support spaces, good access to the lobby, and also access to patrol as they enter and exit the building. Officers bring their personal vehicles to this level to park, and then next please. They park their personal vehicles, access their patrol lockers, and then they have that open staircase down to where they will go to briefing, be equipped, and then go to the fleet car. Next, please. Okay. The third floor has space for investigations, a laboratory, administrative, and the lunchroom. It's kind of a quiet, more relief space, if you will. Next, please. Okay. More staff and parking space at this level. This level would be uncovered, so it's ideally suited if there were to be alternative energy, photovoltaic carports, things like that. Next, please. There's another upper lobby which provides access from that vertical circulation from the public access lobby to investigations for victim witness follow-up discussions. We're keeping them completely separate from the interviews that would take place from someone in custody that happened in the basement. Next, please. Investigations, witness interview, that's all located, one of the themes you'll note throughout the entire building is all of the workspaces for people that are in the building during their shifts are all located so they have direct access to natural light. Investigations has another benefit in that there's roof terraces. It's stepped back from the balance of the building. So if they need to talk to somebody in a quiet setting, they can literally, in a very private way, go out to terraces directly from their office area. It's also important that this allows for all of the investigations to be clumped together, if you will. Clump's a bad word, but located together for communications. Right now, the type of workspace they've had to live in is very fragmented. Next, please. We have administration and professional standards. Again, direct access to the public who may be coming for service and also from the secure side. Next, please. We have the forensic science laboratory, which on this upper level has direct access to that elevator that can bring evidence all the way from the lower floor and evidence all the way up to the top here, where they can get quite a bit of natural light for comparisons work with their fingerprint activities that they do. Next, please. There's that access point. Next. We have offices for the IT folks, servicing the infrastructure for the building. And then next, please. It also gave us a place where we could quietly provide space for people to come up, have a break. There's some both indoor areas for cooking lunch or something like that, and then also outdoor seating area on that roof level. It also gives us an opportunity at that outdoor seating area to put some natural light skylights that would illuminate the locker room on the floor below. And next, please. That's it. So with that, I'm going to now pass the baton.
Thanks, Jim. Next slide. So you all can see, this is Brian Cornell, you all can see that there's a lot that goes into this building, and I will tell you, we realized from the very beginning that this was a compact site relative to the program. And the program, it should be noted, really was planned for looking out 20, 30, even more years. But one of the other things that we have stressed is critical is that building is flexible. So this entire box that you see where it says proposed building is a open grid, so that anything can happen over the period of the life of this building, which if the existing building is any indication, it's going to be 100 years, and it will continue to serve the community for that time. So our job, we've been working closely with Jim for 2 years, but his job obviously is to functionally create a well-oiled department. Our job is to basically create a beautiful building that is an inviting civic building. I make no bones about the fact that this is a big project, and there is no doubt about it, but it's obviously a very important one as well. I'm going to have Courtney join me, and we're going to talk a little bit about the site, and what we're going to do is take a little trip from the lower southwest corner along Coda, and then up to the entrance of the buildings. Next slide. So these areas exemplified. There's some images here. Let's go to the next slide. And Courtney, I'd like you to kind of talk about your thoughts here along Coda Street.
Thanks, Brian. So along Coda Street, we made a real effort to introduce a more pedestrian scale to this environment. So this was a direct response from comments that we had through the ABR design review process. And you can see in front of the parking garage, we have an expanded space there, which we're calling a little placita. And the idea is to introduce some seating, additional landscaping, and sort of layer that landscaping up towards the building to help bring down the scale and help it feel more inviting and more almost like a little park. This is currently where there's an existing MTD bus stop. So this would be a new place for that, as well as a new place for the existing Lincoln School commemorative tile mosaics, and just a place for the community to be.
So that parking entrance there in the corner is for staff vehicles only. That's set back about 27 feet from the property line or back a sidewalk. Then the building comes forward and is about 14 and a half feet out. That's the area that Courtney was just describing. ABR has been concerned about the fact that we didn't have uses along this side. You see we have the fleet bicycles, which we placed here. And when we go back to them, we are contemplating putting additional functions, independent functions, potentially like IT, in this location where those 4 parking spaces are. So let's move to the next slide. So here's that view from that corner looking at that entrance that's back 27 feet. This entire 2-story facade is about 37 feet tall, just for reference. And this is the area where we're talking about having additional human functions on the ground floor. Next slide. This is continuing up along Coda Street. Next slide. That stairway tower element there has an eave at about 44 feet. And the wall just to the right of it is back almost 18 feet from the back of sidewalk. This is also going to serve as a back door for staff if they want to go get a cup of coffee or whatever. Next slide. So this is the main portion, the main police department. That 2-story portion, which was very important to mitigate height, is at about 37 feet from grade. And then that 3rd floor portion where investigations and whatnot is that Jim was describing is back about 18 feet, a little less than 18 feet. And it's important to note that that eave height there is about 47 feet tall from existing grade. Next slide. So this is the corner, and it was important from the standpoint of sensitivity to the neighborhood that this be smaller in height. This is an area we've worked closely with ABR. I know there was some desire initially for the building to have an entrance at the corner, but because of the 500-year flood elevation, which I'll describe in a moment, it was really impossible to accommodate that. So this is where the 911 call center is. And then above is the outdoor fitness area, which is connected to an indoor fitness area for staff's use. So it'll be a beautiful spot outdoors with incredible mountain views. And then as you look up Santa Barbara Street, then you can see sort of a repeat of that 2-story element that again is about, as we go up the street, it's about 35 feet tall. Next slide. So here you see that, you begin to see a little glimpse of the entrance, which was important because the entrance is up and around the corner. We want to identify it as readily as possible. We've got the American flag there, and then you're beginning to see the tower. Next slide. Mr. Chair, I see that we're running out of time, so I'll keep talking fast here so that we can keep going.
Mr. Cannell, if I could, do you have much more? Would a few more minutes help? This is a very important project.
Yeah, just a few more. We want to show you those photo sims, but we're close to being done talking.
If you had 4 more minutes, would that help?
That would be perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Bolton, if you could put the timer at 4 minutes, please.
Well, I thought you were going to give me 4 more.
Oh, 4 more. Let's go 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Courtney, why don't you talk about the, go ahead and let's talk about the entrance element.
Sure. Thank you, Brian. So what you see here is what we're calling the entrance plaza. And as we've mentioned, the goal was to really combine the building entry and the parking area, so it felt like one contiguous plaza. We had another change that came out of design review was to try to call more attention to this entrance and sort of announce it towards Barbara Street. So you can see we have a number of palm trees there that we're calling the Palm Court. And so those will sort of reach out towards Santa Barbara Street and direct people towards that entry. The other somewhat unique element that we have as part of the landscape design, you can see in the images on the left is these beautiful sort of sculptural boulder elements, which will be angled towards the entry. They sort of break down the formality of the building forms, and those will be located, kind of throughout the property. This is also a new location for the existing bronze memorial sculpture. And, it will serve as a, e-commerce safety zone and, other important functional needs.
Next slide. So there's a glimpse of that plaza. As we mentioned at the site visit, we are studying the idea of extending the curb out, making there a no parking zone from Coda up to this entrance, which is going to give us the opportunity for a whole additional bit of landscaping there along Santa Barbara Street, which we think is a great idea. Next slide. And then this is looking at that plaza, really right straight at the front door. I continue to work on this tower, something that we want to make very, very special. Next slide. And then this is finally from above Santa Barbara looking down towards the main entrance, which is going to be wonderful as far as always having the northern light and never having severe direct sunlight. Next slide. So now we're going to do the little walk around, and I think it will be self-explanatory, starting on so we're starting. So these building heights here that you see are about 37 feet tall, 30 or 45 at that eave. And then continuing on around. So this is from the pedestrian standpoint. We also have a fly around that we're going to show you next. So go ahead and tee that one up, Mr. Bolton. You can just look at the middle of the screen and keep your eye on the new police station building amidst the existing buildings. I think you can get a good sense of the community surrounds for this new project. So we're swinging around here, looking over Ortega, at the corner of Ortega and Anacapa. The city parking structure there below. Antioch building. And then finally, Mr. Bolton, next slide. I think what we have, and we can go through these quickly, are just those photo sims. Oh no, we have a section. So just very quickly, this is that 45-foot height line that you can see. This is the east elevation of the Santa Barbara Street elevation. You can see where the 60-foot height limit is. So we are well below that. Next slide. To explain the flood plain, next slide. As Brad mentioned, we're not in the flood zone, but what we realized is a building, essential services building like this has to be above a 500-year flood elevation. We had to do a special study to determine that. 21 is the existing elevation essentially at the vehicular entrance to Coda. It's a little bit lower at the corner. Next slide. So we needed 1.5 feet from that point because of the potential flooding in a 500-year event. Next slide. We need to be 2 feet above that. And then to give ourselves a little bit of room, wiggle room, we put the finished floor, next slide, at 27. Next slide.
Oh.
This
Mr.
is
Cornell, you're at your time. Do you have much more than?
No, I have just one last comment.
Okay.
On the Coda Street elevation, it should note that the Anatega building, or the, I'm sorry, not the Anatega building, the Antioch building, that does interestingly have an 18-foot floor to floor height at the first floor. And then subsequently it's 12 feet floor to floor for the upper 2 floors. So it does have a very high first floor plate. And our building, by the way, has a little bit more than the 14'8" that was mentioned earlier at the first floor, or the special vehicles that have to come into that parking structure at that level. Slide. The next slide is simply the north elevation. Now I think we can just quickly, Mr. Bolton, you can quickly go these photo sims, which as was mentioned, were available online. Go ahead and just click through these. And that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, oh, go ahead.
Nope, that's done. Yep.
Okay. Now, I believe, Mr. Bus, do we have Vice Chair 6 from ABR on to make comments regarding ABR hearings?
Yes, Vice Chair Escobedo, I will call on Vice Chair 6 first. But before I do that, I'd like to let the public know how to make public comment. You can click the raise lower hand icon on the control panel, and I will let you know when it's your turn to speak. You will have 2 minutes to speak, and time cannot be donated from another speaker. The red arrow pointed down indicates your hand is raised. Thank you. And now I will call on Vice Chair 6.
And I'd like to welcome on the commissioners to join me.
And Commissioner 6, if you unmute your microphone. Richard 6, are you available?
Here we go. Hello, Richard 6 here. So thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I just thought I would go through kind of a synopsis of the three reviews that the ABR had. I think that with it, even the initial review and through to our final deliberations, the whole board understood and appreciated the demands of the large program and the functional demands that it put, that it was very demanding on this site of this size, and that we should, and it was appropriate to tolerate a mass bulk and scale that we see here. As a caveat, we asked the applicant whether there was portions of the program that could be in satellite sites and so forth, and there was a resounding and convincing no, that the efficiencies of the operations, everything had to be there. We also understood thoroughly and ferreted out the requirements for the 500-year floodplain, and that the first floor had to be where it was and no lower. And in my last motion, I did mention that the floor-to-floor heights seemed reasonable, and we did not fight over, reducing the floor-to-floor heights, because it would not, the amount that would be reasonable reduction would not be significant and would not affect the overall apparent mass bulk and scale of the building. Where the board did split the vote, and the final vote was 4-2, was the arrangement of the parts of the program on the site. The one no vote that was articulated was based on the amount of garage at the Coda Street, and was that this was counter to good ABR design guidelines, and resulted in a not compatible with the neighborhood. The other yes voters felt that the architect had handled the garage facade successfully, and that it was enough to alleviate the fact that large amount of garage on Coda Street.
Thank you, Mr. Six. That was
Can I continue?
one last thought. Yeah,
Yes,
one last thought.
I don't think I'm limited. So also in regards to the basic arrangement, of the site parts, there was discussion about placing the entry and the guest parking on the Coda southwest corner of the site instead of the Santa Barbara Street northeast corner of the site. However, it was understood that this arrangement of the north the Santa Barbara Street entry was the best and necessary for the program functions and the best geometry for the most efficient layout of the program parts. So I think that that's it. I think that we were again most supportive of the mass bulk and scale and had no problem with the overall height.
Thank you,
there's a
Mr. Six. It looks like Commissioner Higgins might have a question for you.
All right.
Commissioner Six,
Commissioner Higgins?
just a general question about your sense of this process in the project. This is kind of a concept hearing for us, and you've seen this a number of times. What's your sense of how this project might change architecturally as it goes through the process? And I'll ask if anybody from the applicant team wants to respond to that as well. It seems like the amount of design detail has been well thought out, but we haven't even really made the formal application yet and gone through the PRT or the process. So do you have any sense for how this could possibly change architecturally upon returning to you?
Commissioner Higgins, I think in the first 3 sessions there was a significant movement to a acceptable architecture. I think we're down to detailings of a more the details of to achieve a more traditional Santa Barbara style. I don't think Commissioner Higgins that it will change much. I think the board was satisfied with the refinements to the garage facade, as I heard from the applicant that he is maybe introducing more activity on the lower street floor, but I don't think it will change significantly.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I wanted to ask Vice Chair Six a quick question about the ABR discussion item when there was quite a bit of thought and discussion about architectural elements, aesthetic elements to be added. I wanted to just ask if you could give us a summary of how it may have been added or what updates have been done over the course of those 3 meetings to the facades.
Yeah, by nature of the process of from going very conceptually to refinement, the first they have added and suggested decorative and carved wood rafters at the roof overhangs. They're suggesting and we're articulating the breakups in the windows. We're asking for details of the columns and so forth. I think there was still a concern that the overall building still appeared a little stark, and that we've asked them to soften and bring more of those traditional architectural features such as, moldings and ins and outs and shapes of parapets and tile on the parapets, et cetera, et cetera. So we're looking forward to seeing this talented architect provide those refinements, which we're very appreciative of what how he's responded in the first meetings.
Thank you, Vice Chair Six. I appreciate that update. I was looking for that information on the 3 ABR recordings, and it seemed to me that it wasn't yet completed. And I understand from your response that it's still in the works. Is that right? We're still waiting for more. Very good. Thank you.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Any
Vice
other
Chair.
questions for Mr. Six? Doesn't look like it. Thank you, Mr. Six. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Mr. Busk, are there any members of the public here to give public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. At this time, there is one person with their hand raised, Sam Edelman. You can unmute yourself and you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, can you guys, everyone hear me? I'm Sam Edelman. I'm the general manager of the Santa Barbara Farmers Market. I'm not here today to talk about opposing the project, although I think it's pretty publicly known our views on relocating the market, but mostly about the impact of potentially putting story poles and how into the commuter lot and how that would impact our operation on a day-to-day. We have worked incredibly hard over this past year. It's been very challenging to keep all of our markets up, open, and running and easily accessible to the community. We are a vital community resource, and our farmers and this community really depend on the markets being open and accessible as much as possible. I think just blanketly closing the market for 2 to 3 weeks would be very challenging for us at this time. We only operate 52 days a year at that location. That market site accounts for about 60% of our annual revenue, and it would equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost revenue to our farmers. Also those in our community that have dietary needs that solely rely on our farmers markets. So in the event that the story poles end up being the final decision, and we are forced to close the market, I would at the very least hope there would be some sort of temporary relocation plan for the market in that 2 to 3 week period to accommodate that. I really don't want to get in the ins and outs of whether the story poles and what the requirements are and the community need for those, but I definitely need to look out for the needs of our farmers and our community with regards to access to this very important market. I think that's about it. Yeah.
Mr. Busk, are there any other public commenters?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. I will give it just a minute to see if anybody else that is participating in the webinar wants to make a public comment. And while we do that, we'll ask Ms. Fennessy if we've received any written correspondence on this item.
Thank you. We have received 5 public comments for this item that have been distributed prior to this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we still do not have anyone raising their hand, so I believe that will close public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busk. And looking at the time, I think it's appropriate for us to take a 10-minute break. So we will be in recess for 10 minutes. We will be back at 3:15. Thank you. move on to commissioner questions, followed by commissioner deliberations. Who would like to start? Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. I don't have a lot of questions, just a few. In the staff report, it said that permeable paving goes from 0% to 11%. And when we visited this site, I don't think that was discussed. I just wondered where the permeable pavement will be in the project. Perhaps Ms. Miller or Mr. Cornell can answer that question.
Wait a second for them to come on camera. Okay.
Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Wiscombe, as far as I know, right now, the intent is that all the outdoor new paving will be permeable. And if I'm wrong on that, Courtney, please correct me.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you for that question. We're still studying the specific limit of the permeable paving. So what you see here on the plans, I would say the diagonal areas that are indicated in the entrance plaza and then also the placita along Coda Street, that those would be permeable, and potentially, anything behind that leading into the garage may not be, but we're still working on, the stormwater solutions and BMP requirements. So it will be dictated by that.
Okay, thank you for the answer to that. So I gather the goal is to have as much permeable pavement as possible, as practical on the site. Okay, good.
Yes, and Commissioner Wiscombe, can I just add also that sustainability is a big value for this project and something that we're paying close attention to. We've got a number of pretty innovative ideas for how to handle stormwater treatment and conveyance that are still sort of in process. So that is definitely a priority.
Great. Thank you so much for answering that question. I appreciate that.
If I could just also add the sustainability, because I failed to add it in our presentation, that we are designing this building to be net zero. So we didn't talk about the solar panels, but we're covering every bit of it. And we did have to remove some going through the ABR process, but we found additional locations for them. But we've got enough panels to make this building net zero right now.
Great. Okay. And you mentioned it at our site visit, but just for the benefit of the public, at the ABR meeting, the Coda Street panels was what the ABR wanted relocated, and you successfully did that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then in Mr. Hess's letter on page, I think it's page 13 of 58, he talks about the number of PD vehicle spaces and then employee spaces. And the staff report has a slightly different number, but I think what I heard from Ms. Kennedy was that the final calculation of the employee spaces was still evolving. Is that correct? So we're still working on that.
Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe, yes. It is sort of being worked on as part of this design where if, as Mr. Cornell mentioned, for instance, if we remove 4 of those parking spaces for an alternative use in the ground level of the parking structure, the calculations of these parking spaces changes. And so it's in flux.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. And then just as a clarification to the public, Mr. Hess, if you stay on, your letter also states that the existing grade change from Coda going up Santa Barbara Street is approximately 5 feet. That's, I think, what you stated in your letter. I don't know exactly. Yes, it's on page 15 of 58 under site constraints. So I just want to, just for the benefit of the public, the height, the proposed height up to 60 feet is measured from the lowest grade, is that correct?
You know, that is a great question that I'm always
No.
confused on the answer. So I'm going to let the architect answer that one.
That's not correct. If you just imagine that we will take the grade plane that exists on the site today, and it would basically be extruded up 60 feet to determine where that 60-foot line is. So it's a sloping plane.
Okay, it's a sloping line then that follows the 5-foot increase in grade.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So I
So do
wasn't sure. It makes a big difference. And then my last question would be for Mr. Hess, or perhaps I think for Mr. Hess. What happens during the shift change? Do you anticipate, I gather that the police change shifts on a regular schedule. So do you anticipate backups of traffic during shift changes when officers are getting into their personal vehicles and leaving and others are coming in to start their shift? Has that been addressed?
Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Wiscombe, it has been addressed in terms of the total number that we have, in terms of parking spaces available for both fleet and personnel. But I have not lived through that. So what I'd like to do is actually ask Mr. McLaren to come back on if he is available to help answer that question just in terms of his experience, because he has lived through a number of these.
And Mr. McLaren, I want to say thank you very much for your presentation. It was marvelous, and it's a really good education for both, I think, our planning commission and the public of all the components that are involved in designing a police station. So thank you for that.
I really appreciate that. That's very kind. The shift change, this is why we moved patrol into kind of 2 floors. When they come in a personal car, they will drive immediately up the ramp, so they'll stay completely out of that first floor plate, which is marked patrol cars. So they have a space where they can park, and you are very perceptive because yes, there is a shift overlap where we have, for a short duration of time, potentially 2 personal cars parked and then the fleet car returning, and then out goes the fleet car and one of those personal cars goes away. So the personal cars, again, handled on the floor above. If there was a exceptional shift change during Fiesta or activities when they bring in additional officers or have enlarged shifts, they would also be able to spill out over to the floor above. But the intent is personal cars go to that level above, circulate to their lockers, go down, have their briefing or equipped, and then move directly to the fleet cars and out. And the reverse is happening with the shift coming back. They bring their fleet cars, they will spend time with their sergeants, go back up the stairs, hit the lockers that have just been vacated by the oncoming shift, and then go take their personal cars out of the garage. So the way the garage is cycled, if it works the way we want it to, it will be a symphony of people coming and going and staying out of each other's way as much as possible.
Okay, and so you don't anticipate issues with ingress and egress during shift change then?
No, there shouldn't be. And we specifically planned the approach into each of the 2 access points of the garage to step away from the street so that you'd clear the sidewalk and have a place to wait for the short duration while the security gates open and close. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Thank you for, I didn't think of that question till you did your marvelous diagram of.
Well, they're kind of puzzle boxes sometimes to put together and have them work right. And your PD, I have to tell you, they are so marvelous to work with because they've been at every step of the way pointing out when I don't get it right. So there's been a lot of finesse into this. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. And Vice Chair Escobedo, those are the only questions I have at this time. I have lots of comments, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you.
Well,
Mike.
I'll go next. I came on second.
Oh,
May I?
Commissioner Lodge, is it okay if Commissioner Bonderson goes?
Yes.
I thought we, yeah. I appreciate that, Commissioner Lodge. Thank you. I have a few questions, but I'm not sure who the first one would go to. Maybe Mr. Hess. I was curious about the amount of garage space that was designated, and particularly in response to Mr. Six and the ABR's comments about design guidelines and neighborhood compatibility. Who may like to respond to that question? There you are, Mr. Hess. Thank you.
Yes, and Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, thank you for the question. I'll take a stab at it, and if I am lacking any information, I'm sure that others will chime in. Part of the urban design guidelines, there's the one point that we're focusing on is if you need to put the parking structure on the street, the shortest side of it should be facing the public street, which is what we've done. And we're continuing to work with ABR to then also add more of human elements with additional departments on the ground floor there. So to, again, satisfy their concerns of it not relating and having any dead spaces, if you will. Does that answer your question?
It answers the first part, and actually that's a very interesting response. I wasn't aware of that design detail, so that makes sense to me. We received, Mr. Cornell.
Well, I would just like to add that the original programming mandated something in the neighborhood, correct me if I'm wrong, Brad, about 285 spaces. And we are down to 254, I think, something in that neighborhood, and we're potentially going to lose a few more. So we really are trimming the parking spaces. And I'll tell you, Brad has been, as the project manager here, has been really strong about not under parking this parking structure to make sure that it serves the needs for the department for many, many years to come.
That actually puts another question on my plate. So based on how many spots you have cut to reduce the space that you are using for parking, how close are you to really getting too close to your minimum?
Well, Commissioner Broderson, Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Broderson, the reality is that 285 number really was projected out some potentially 40 years. So, we're obviously planning this building to last for a very long time. Trends with use of automobiles is going to change dramatically over that time as well. So it's hard to say. I don't think we're anywhere near currently being in any kind of a close call situation. I think it's looking out into the future. And obviously at this point today, there's virtually no private vehicle parking for police officers. They have to find places on the city streets. So it's going to be an incredible improvement from a morale standpoint in the department to be able to have parking at the police station.
And if I may just chime in there as well, in that that maximum demand that Brian referred to in the 284 area, the number you want to actually shoot for is about 20% less from that, because you are taking into account sickness, vacations, people not needing their parking spot. And so you can use about a 20% figure, which brings us down to the 252, 254, depending on the number you start with. So that's also another way of looking at it. But I think we're getting closer than Brian does, and I don't want to underpark it. That's my concern.
And that's where you are now, right? You're right around that number?
That is correct.
Great. And I was curious, based on some information in the staff report discussing the fact that this project consolidates 4 different police departments into one. Can any of those sites be preserved for some more of that parking that may not be absolutely needed for the 24/7 operations of the structure?
Can any of those locations be preserved for the parking? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, extra parking
challenge-
overflow.
Yeah, the challenge is that you've got animal controls up on Sola Street. You've got the Granada Garage for dispatch. And then on Figueroa and Anapamu is where the existing facility and the annex are sandwiched in between. So you're talking about probably 4 blocks, 5 blocks away. We actually have not considered that, primarily because if we were going to actually shift any of the parking, most likely we would need to use lot 10 and work out an arrangement on the Ortega lot. That would actually be far more convenient for any of our personnel rather than having them walk 4 or 5 blocks.
I'm curious that you haven't thought about that, but since it might be something to think about in the future, just redistributing uses and if you're taking spaces at the lot 10, maybe you can, have other spaces elsewhere in these sites that might be useful. And I'm also curious because we haven't talked about it in an effort for a future farmers market. Have any of those sites been considered?
Have any of those other sites been considered for the farmer's market?
As a trade, I mean, maybe they're not appropriate. I don't know much about it.
I went through 12 different options with the farmers, and then they had additional options with another staff member, and they have landed on Carrillo as the best opportunity for them. But none of the original spaces that you're referring to would accommodate the farmers market for their space needs.
Thank you so much. My next question, looking at the staff report and the materials from a design perspective, my next question may end up best for Mr. Cornell. I was really drawn to the height details and discussion about height from a design standpoint, looking at it from that aspect. And I even asked Ms. DeBusk if I could have the topo of the site so you can kind of see where I'm going with this. It was not offered to me, but I'd like to have you tell us a little bit more of the natural slope of the site as far as the 4 exterior points of the structure, and help us understand exactly how much difference there is between one side of each facade. I know you've touched on that in your presentation. Commissioner Wiscombe just asked a specific on one side, but I'm particularly curious to understand how much of a slope we're thinking we have on that natural slide.
Commissioner Barson, you've got about 112 feet along Santa Barbara Street, and in that 112 feet from property line to property line, you have a fall of just over 6 feet. So that is the slope of the site. I'm not sure what percentage that is, but that's what you've got. As I mentioned before, the entrance at the Coda Street entrance is just about a foot above the corner. So it goes back up another foot or so. And really, I admit, we started with that problem that Jim identified, which was where do we locate the entrances? And it became obvious to put them at the 2 ends, so that then it was just dealing with that. Frankly, we didn't, the 500-year, one of the reasons this site was selected is because it's not in the floodplain, but of course, we then realized that we had to comply with a 500-year standard. And that's when we realized, after getting the study, that we had to raise the building up. But, I hope that helps explain the question. And it does put the finished floor where 911 dispatch is just a little, basically about 5 feet above the street level there at the corner.
And that's the highest point that's needing to be elevated from all 4 points, the external 4 corners. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. That was an important item for me to think about the height issues. I spoke with Ms. DeBusk about this previously. I might have her come on so I don't put words in her mouth. But I have a question that has to do with the discussion of the flood level. I feel like it's a really important aspect relating to design and the reason we're discussing heights and this modification request. Ms. DeBusk, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Hello. This might sound familiar, but in the sake of potentially public benefit, I just wanted to review the discussion we had earlier about the fact that this is a city requirement, that when we have a public service building, that it requires, the city requirement states 2 feet above the base flood elevation, and the structure itself, in this case, starts 2 feet below, which is why we're totaling the 4 feet. Is that correct?
Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, the city does have from the base flood elevation, a 2-foot elevation above that results in the design flood elevation. Now, in this case, the project is outside of the 100-year flood zone where we normally would be applying that. However, it is within the 500-year flood zone, and for this type of structure needs to comply with that. And the architect actually may have more details than I do beyond that.
Mr. Hess, did you want to add
Yes,
something before I? Okay.
Yes, please. And Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, I just want to clarify that actually this property is not in either the 100 or the 500. But the reason that we had to do a flood hydrology study was because there was no base flood elevation map from which to reference. So we had to create our own because they don't issue maps unless you're in a flood zone, but we're not. So that's why we did our own study to determine in a 500-year flood event with sea level rise at its maximum, if we don't do anything, what would be the circumstances in which we would be dealing? And that determined that there would be 18 inches, potentially 18 inches of water along Coda Street, which is why it's 1.5 feet above the street. And then we are 2 feet above that, which would be basically be our design flood elevation. And we're above that by 6 inches. So hopefully that makes sense, and that we had to create our own reference point.
It certainly does, and it also makes me believe that you are really taking on all the precautions to make this public benefit building cover all angles of flooding. And that actually leads me back to Ms. DeBusk. I was curious to know if we have any type of exceptions with the city, within the city, or leniency within the city to release a project from having to take those extra 4 feet into account, so that we might be looking at a discussion here of max height request of potentially 49 feet instead of 53 feet because of that 4 feet for this purpose. Is there any background or precedent set for that within the city guidelines?
Commissioner Bonderson, in this case, it's not a city requirement. So it is and I will ask the applicant or the architect if it's based on the type of building that's being proposed, but the city's flood ordinance does not address this type of situation.
And therefore there is no exception or leniency type that could release the extra height. Is that correct?
Commissioner Bonderson, I would say almost the opposite, in that it's not a requirement of the city. So we wouldn't be enforcing those rules.
Mr. Cornell, you want to address that?
Yeah, this is really a state of California essential services building requirement. And so obviously, we have to ensure that this building is operational under the worst of circumstances. So the 2 feet is what the standard would be above any kind of a 500-year flood event. And I do think, I think regardless, we'd want to be prudent under any circumstances, given the importance of this function in an emergency.
And Commissioner Bonderson, if you would like to reference where it is, it's actually a FEMA code. It's ASCE/SEI 24-14, Table 1-1, Flood Design Class 4. And I'd be happy to send that to you, but it's but that's where it comes from, is it's a FEMA requirement.
Thank you. I appreciate that you brought the FEMA up and that it's a state requirement for essential services. I was trying to justify the height for our decision-making purposes today, and I feel like there's a lot of fair justification for that need based on your answer here. And I'd like to ask another question with regard to the staff report, and I can refer to page 15 of 58. It's Mr. Hess, it's your letter. When I was reading this and getting to know the project, I had certain questions pop up, and you just have to keep reading. There's a lot of pages here. And eventually I found your response, and I thought it was an excellent demonstration of the options and the design process that you must have gone through to get to where we are going here. I was hoping you could talk to us a little bit further about the item. It's under site constraints, and it's the kind of the end of the paragraph where it talks about the basement level of the building and the structure, where you did some work and research, but you did not find that it would be feasible to go any lower for some of those services. Could you talk to us a little bit about that decision and how you came to that decision?
Yes, Vice Chair Escobedo, and it's actually relating to exactly what we were talking about. So if our finished floor elevation needs to be at 26.5 feet per FEMA, and we're at 27, we really have that 6 inches to play with. So in order to drop the entire building further down, you'd end up probably having to go a full story down as opposed to just inches, because then we wouldn't be meeting the FEMA compliance. Does that make sense? So you can only drop so far, and then your finished floor elevation changes and we're out of compliance.
Thank you. And actually, I think this will lead very smoothly into my next question. And again, I want you to know that I did a lot of research on my own prior to this hearing in an effort to find some of this stuff. And I had to ask for help in some of the conditions, in some of the circumstances. But the follow-up question is with regard to your floor-to-floor heights that were chosen. You have 16, 14, and 13 for the three, not looking at the basement, looking at first floor, second floor, and third floor. Could you please just speak a little bit further about the restraints that you had, constraints that you had, forcing those heights, and why you could not necessarily go lower on the 16 or make them even, or what other reason leads you to these three heights?
Certainly. Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, I believe Brian, Mr. Cornell mentioned it in his presentation, and maybe Jim did as well, but the 16 feet for that ground floor is really to accommodate the larger vehicles, whether it be the command unit or some of the SWAT vehicles. They're just taller, and we also need to be able to bring in cars that are on a flatbed truck that need to be evaluated in the vehicle bay, and that needs space in order to tilt the flatbed in order to actually get the vehicle off into the vehicle bay for assessment. So that's the 16 feet. The 14 and the 13 relate directly to 14 floor to floor is pretty standard for this size building, especially for all of the infrastructure that needs to go in. But one important part is, and I think Jim referenced it multiple times, but really the system that we're developing is between a parking structure and a building. A lot of times you just have a parking structure that people park in, and then they go in the building and they take care of what they need to. We're building a system so that those two buildings are actually one, and they're interacting constantly. Whether it be park on one level, you enter on that level, and then you go down to your fleet vehicles. So we're matching those floor to floor heights, which is why the ground floor of the building is the same ground floor. Let me say that again, I'm sorry. The floor height of the ground floor is higher in the parking structure because of the vehicles that need to go in there, but we want to match it in the building. So that is how those are set, is because it's so important to have that that ingress and egress across the same level from the parking structure.
And there was a reason that ramps were not an option, to ramp down and keep the interior of the service, the people service at a different height?
I think I'd like to actually ask the architect to address that specifically, because he's going to be better at answering it, quite frankly.
Well, I'm not sure. Vice Chair Escobedo, Commissioner Bonderson. The reality is, as Jim mentioned, 14.5 feet is sort of the industry standard, and really most of that height difference is just, first, you've got large spaces that require decent ceiling heights, minimum of 10-foot high ceilings. For instance, you can imagine in that large space on the third floor, you wouldn't want to have an 8-foot ceiling in there. But you've got spectacularly big structural members because of this building being essential services. So we really need 4 feet to deal with all the stuff, the structure and the mechanical and everything that's going to be serving this building. And that, again, is pretty much an industry standard. So we've tried to tighten up, because we have the mansard roof to carry some equipment. We've tried to minimize that third floor height. We've kept the second floor at industry standard, and then the first floor really is a function of those vehicles that need to get in and out of the garage.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wanted to make sure that my research was accurate, and what you just said seems to confirm that. Thank you so much. My very last question is for you, Mr. Cannell, and it has to do with the ABR comments. Could you share with us some of the architectural design solutions that you might have up your sleeve to address the requests from ABR, talking about adding traditional architectural features? I think Mr. Six mentioned moldings and parapets and tiles and ins and out, pop-ins and outs, and how you plan to rearrange some of those program parts to add services along Coda Street.
Well, the one thing I mentioned there, if we look at this elevation next to the right of the entrance to the parking structure, there are 4 parking spaces there, and there's always been a concern. The ABR, certainly some members felt it was important that the police department building actually wrap around the Coda Street so that the parking structure would be invisible. The problem with that is you end up with a very inefficient configuration, an L-shaped building. And again, I want to stress, and this is something that's been my mantra from day one on this, that this building has got to adapt over time. We don't know what community policing is going to be in 10 years or even 20 years. And I want this building to be able to change. So the box is really perfect that we have, but we do think that we can bring the IT function, which is somewhat of a remote, these are guys who are really doing their IT thing, and that they could go in that ground level area where those 4 spaces are. We already moved the bike fleet. It used to be located to the north, so we moved it to the Coda Street elevation. And I have to say, as far as the ABR process is concerned, one of the ABR members referred to our first proposal as belligerently modern. And, I think they were right. Look, a project always ends up a better project going through the design review and planning process. And I think the ABR has been, pretty firm with us and determined to make this a beautiful piece of architecture. And believe me, that is my overarching goal. So it's been helpful, and I know that we are going to continue to work with them on that. The detailing is going to really matter, and there's tons of detailing to assess. I mentioned the tower in my presentation. I think that I've certainly gotten comments that should be more special and more of a landmark element, which I agree with. we're going to continue to try to, oh, and I mentioned before the Santa Barbara Street, I think gaining that 7 feet along Santa Barbara, which again, by the way, for those listening, we really don't want cars parking parallel in front of a police station because of the potential of somebody who has ill will in their minds. So, we want to eliminate the parking there. So it's a perfect opportunity to push that curb out and just get that much more foreground to this building. So that's one of the other things that we plan on returning to ABR with.
Thank you for your response. It sounds like we have a lot of things to look forward to and some exciting modifications coming. Vice Chair Escobedo, I am all done with my questions. Thank you for allowing the time. And again, my apologies to fellow Commissioner Lodge. I don't know if she's going to come back.
I'll take, thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. I'll take the responsibility for that one. You were next. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. I have a few questions. After all the discussion about the elevation on the Coda Street side and the north end of the building, as I understand it, there's a 6-foot difference in elevation. If the 53 feet is measured from the Coda Street side, does that mean that the north side is 6 feet less in height? In other words, 47. This is a question for Mr. Kernell.
Actually the height difference from the sidewalk at Coda to the entrance is a little over 5.5 feet. So that's the net difference. And no, because the floors are the same, maybe we want to, Mr. Bolton, put up the east elevation, that Santa Barbara Street elevation, which is probably the best one to tell this story. Yeah, the one that's not enlarged, if that's possible. There you go. So obviously the floor, just extends out from that entranceway that's on the right out to the corner. And so you have that 5.5 foot difference. Now, what we have done is, because of the function at that corner being the outdoor exercise space, we have been able to effectively lower the mass of the building at the corner, which I think is very, very important. But otherwise, it carries across at the same height. So it does get shorter. You can see that from that 45-foot height limit line. It does get shorter. The eave at the corner is really about 45 feet above grade. But then when we get back towards the entrance, the eve is probably around 42.5 feet high above grade. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes, but there is a difference. At least it's not quite as tall on that end.
Correct. Yeah.
Another question is, I noticed there's no police employee bicycle parking. And that kind of surprised me. Do the police officers not use bicycles? Do none of them use bicycles to commute to work?
We have some bicycle parking that's on the upper tiers, and that we're probably going to still refine that. I can't answer the question as far as whether police officers ride their bikes. Sadly, it's my understanding that the vast majority, if not all, of our officers live outside of Santa Barbara. So I don't think you have a lot, but there could be miscellaneous staff, and I think it's a really good point. We've got to make sure we provide that staff bike parking in a covered, secure spot.
Okay, and then in the staff report, I didn't note the page number. It says that although it's not required, the plans are that the project is expected to return to ABR. Now the comments from Mr. Hess and Mr. Canalzon has talked about going back to ABR. So I assume that isn't expected to return, should be really will return. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, Commissioner Lodge, we're going to go back to ABR fairly soon with these revisions that we've talked about. We're studying them right now, but we did feel it was important that your commission saw exactly what the ABR saw. So we haven't made any of those revisions yet for the purposes of this presentation. But yeah, we're going to go back to them, and we may go back, you know, a couple of times even before we submit to DART, because we want to get it as right as possible prior to the DART submittal. And then it is highly likely, you know, as the DART process goes through, we will probably go back to them for them to make the findings prior to it being heard at the Planning Commission for development plan approval. And then obviously we go back to them after for project design approval, and I'm anticipating we'll have multiple in-progress reviews before they give us final approval. So we're going to spend a lot of time with ABR on this building.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Higgins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Cornell, same question I asked Commissioner Six. You've gone through this process a number of times, probably more so than anybody in the city in terms of large buildings, and you're going to be in and out of a lot of other design review and meetings. But my question was really about the land use process and to some extent review by other departments, creeks, building, whatever, you know, how much of this will change before it comes back to the Planning Commission? And do you have a sense that, you know, how confident are you? And I won't hold you to it. I just am curious, based on your experience with a building right now in the process, taking it through the city's, you know, 630 Garden Street. Will it look like this when we see you in another year?
Well, Commissioner Higgins, my feeling is it's going to only look better as we keep going through it. I think it's safe to say that the general massing, size, bulk, and scale is going to remain very similar. The tower may get a little taller. We may be able to reduce some height in some elements. You know, those studies will be made. I'm pretty confident as far as the SWIMP process and the stormwater management process that we have anticipated. And as Courtney mentioned, we've got a lot of components that we've built in, green roofs, et cetera, to deal with the stormwater piece of this. So I don't see that changing the building or the footprint dramatically, but there's going to be a lot of detail refinement is what it will come down to. And certainly along CODA, I think that's where the most change will occur to soften that parking structure to the public.
So yeah, it's a tough question to really answer. I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball, but I think nobody's gone through this process more than you have. So I didn't hear any like major programming changes that were possible other than what Mr. Hess said about parking and you know, employee loading or whatever. So okay, that was my only real deliberate question. I have a couple of grapefruits for you.
We definitely, I will say that we've got to do something about this, the anemic signage that we're showing in this image right here.
Yeah, you know, actually that gets to one of my questions. I'll apologize later perhaps for asking this, but what's the opportunity for any public art?
I hope there is opportunity for that. We haven't budgeted a public art component to this, but I think, you know, especially along the CODA Street side and in the area that is that little placita that Courtney mentioned, where we're going to have the recognition of the Lincoln School site. I would love to see a public art component associated with this building, both, you know, at the public entrance side, but also along that CODA Street side.
Yeah, I don't know that we really do statues anymore, but it sure seems like a lot of surface area for, art installation, mural type components. So I didn't hear that as something was brought up yet by anybody. So I thought I'd ask. And then, yeah, you're really going to hate me for this, but what about the opportunity to put up a some sort of band around the palm trees at like the height limit, so we could tell how tall the building eaves would be against the trees that are there, so that try to brainstorm replacement. What else could you do besides these story poles? And you could do a bucket truck and put some ribbon around the trunk of the tree at some level.
Yeah, Commissioner Higgins,
I don't know. Have you thought about that?
I mean, it's a good point. I mean, I really do. I mean, Brad mentioned this. I mean, I think the tools that you've seen here today are extremely valuable in terms of understanding how this, the size of this building. And I no bones about it. It's a big building, and I fear that, just tape around the palm trees is not going to really show the case, because the building obviously is set back, gosh, in the minimum condition, it is back, let me just be sure of this, it's back 17 feet or so. In some cases, the eave at that taller point of the eave is back 30 feet from the palm trees. So I don't think that's going to necessarily give you the perspective of what the building height is.
No, I realize it would be it could be disingenuous because of the distance horizontally between where the palm tree is and where the roof would be. But food for thought. Given the amount of public comment we had a couple weeks ago, I was just trying to figure out what else you could do. It's not like you could float a balloon. That would be even more disingenuous, but something is better than nothing in terms of those people that feel strongly about the story pole. So that was a comment, Commissioner Escobedo. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Higgins, if I could say, we've gone through a number of bigger buildings downtown, and particularly through the HLC, and obviously this building with ABR. And I think that, certainly my conclusion is that I understand the need for story poles in certain circumstances, but for big buildings like this in our downtown, I don't think it's the right tool. And it really misrepresents. In fact, I think Mr. Mahan of the HLC sent you a letter. I'm not sure that you received it in your package, but he talks about how the story poles really are not an accurate representation at all of height, because you just don't get the sense of what the building is from a standpoint of light and shadow and all of that. So I think these tools are the way for us to understand and to also notify the public. I think the idea, and this was staff's idea, to put those big banners out on the street that you saw on your site walk really is going to help announce the project to the public so that they understand what's going to go on this site.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Escobedo, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Lodge, do you have more questions?
That's a question that I meant to ask earlier. Sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Mr. Canal, looking at this view, what struck me before is that the setback of the third floor, to make it less overwhelming on the buildings being less, I assume is to make it less overwhelming on the corner, is sort of taken away by that. Is that a trellis over the outdoor terrace?
Yes.
I think it makes the building seem almost as big as if it did come all the way to the corner on that first floor. Is it a possibility to not have that trellis?
it certainly is a possibility. I mean, you know, as a workout space for staff, you know, we thought, you know, and I think about there's an athletic club in town that has a wonderful outdoor workout space that's covered, and it just would be so much better to have it covered. I also kind of think it's an opportunity, an architectural opportunity to have that, you know, looking up at that exposed roof area up there. We are planning on putting some skylights there as well, so light will filter through. And then finally, it is an important green roof that we need for our stormwater. So eliminating that would eliminate some of our stormwater tools.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Are there any other questions from my fellow commissioners before I go into my question? We'll give it one more second. Okay. Mr. Cornell, this question is for you. I don't have too many questions, but you spoke about this building, and I know that we've started these discussions in our community about what the future of public safety looks like, and hopefully what that is changes in the future. Can you speak to the flexibility of this building and what that means for how it's used and how it can be used in the future?
Well, fundamentally, Chair Escobedo, fundamentally, the flexibility is in the structural system, so that we have very few solid walls. We're doing everything as a rigid steel frame. So unlike the existing police station now, which is a labyrinth of concrete walls where nothing can change, this building is going to be able to change over time. And we've also tried to make, you know, to bring as much light in to those spaces as possible. The third floor particularly is just one big open, almost like a loft space that can adapt over time. The public meeting room piece of this is very important because it's off of the lobby, and the lobby connects to that via a beautiful open stair. But everything essentially to the south of that lobby can flux and change as the program does change. So, you know, if community policing over time needs to increase, it can do that. The administration function can change down on the first floor. I imagine the 911 call center will never change. It will be there for a very long time. And obviously just your need for patrol vehicles and, you know, the connection to the building is not going to change. But I would hope, you know, I think this building is a wonderful opportunity for our police department, and it has been through the programming effort with Mr. McLaren. It's been a wonderful opportunity for them to examine what they're doing now, what they should be doing. You know, I should mention, this is just a little anecdote, but I think it's fascinating to me, we had very long discussions about the locker rooms and whether we should do traditional male-female locker rooms. And Jim came from a very innovative place where he said, look, you know, you don't know how many female staff you're going to have in the future versus male staff. And the existing police department or police station exhibits that, because I think there's 2 or 3 female facilities compared to, you know, 50 or so for the men. So we were able to negotiate with the department the notion of this being an open locker that everyone will use, and you know, there won't be the same old traditional locker room. This is a case where you go from your locker to a private changing room and then come back out again. So that, just that piece alone, the programming piece alone, changes the dynamic of the way the department interacts with one another. And those kind of things are, you know, what are so exciting about this new building serving this department.
You know, that is really fascinating. And I actually did have a comment about that. So a follow-up question would be, there would be shared locker room space there would be private changing rooms. I'm guessing also private showers.
Correct.
And would there also be private restrooms as well?
Correct. That's right. We
Okay.
have a combination. I don't know if Mr. Bolton can go to that second floor plan, but it would, you know, it will show, it'll illustrate what it is. And we want that locker room because that's the first thing that staff comes into when they, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. So you can see that ringing those lockers are these individual toilet rooms. So some of them have bathing facilities and some of them don't. We've had to pay particular attention to this department's need for events like Fiesta, where they have almost their entire staff come in. And so we've actually created some additional little secondary rooms that can be used for changing when they have those larger events. But we actually have a skylight up on the third level where that outdoor eating area is, that'll bring a lot of natural light down into those locker areas. And, you know, this becomes just such an important part of socializing the entire department. So I'm really excited about that component of this.
As am I. I think I really appreciate you bringing that up. That is a worthwhile note that I'm going to bring up in my comments. Next, Mr. Kernal, you had brought up at the site visit that on site there are going to be 2 generators, I think, 2 backup generators. There's going to be one for the 911 call center, and then there's going to be another for the rest of the building in case we have a power safety shut off or we lose power for any reason, really. And my question to you is, do those backup power generators, is it required by either state or federal regulations that they are gas generators? So this may be cost prohibitive now with the price of batteries, but gas generators are typically inefficient, have quite a few emissions. One of the goals for this building is to be very sustainably built. And you talked about some of the other components that you've incorporated into it. So I'm wondering if that is a state or federal regulation, or if there's an opportunity to also create the same flexibility that's in the rest of the building in that storage area that's going to house the backup generators, so that in the future we can invest in battery storage where there would be zero emissions if we ever did have that situation happen.
Well, Chair Escobedo, it's a really good question. Yes, the generator is absolutely required. We have to have that. We are going to explore battery storage as part of this, because that would play an important role and minimize the use of the generator. But, you know, you just can't possibly, even with the batteries, you could have a 48-hour period that you need to be operational, and the batteries would run out within probably 24 hours. So there's no way to avoid the generator. But, you know, one of the things, you know, is obviously to look at what the fuel supply is for that. I mean, I believe that it has to be diesel. I'd love for it to be natural gas, but that's obviously a fuel source that could be compromised in an emergency. So pretty much has to be a standalone. But we are, you know, the net zero goal of this building is likely we're going to end up with some battery storage.
That's exciting. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that answer. The next question I have is for Ms. Miller. Hello. So I think I heard in the presentation, and you also brought it up during the site visit, that there are palm trees being considered for, I believe, the Santa Barbara Street frontage there. And one of the comments that you had made at the site visit was that oftentimes palm trees are not preferred because they don't sequester carbon. And I was hoping that you could speak a little bit about that, and if there's any alternatives to the palm trees there that may have a similar effect for aesthetics, but maybe has the environmental positives that we're looking for?
Vice Chair Escobedo, thank you for that question. So I think there's a couple things at play here. So the palm tree discussion was related to a request from ABR for more vertical tree species. I'm not sure whether it was a direct request for palms. That was something that I think we, deduced from being at that board meeting. But the challenge is that the Parks and Rec Department prefers us not to use palm trees in the design. So this was a discussion more about the canopy trees that we have located around the building. So in the view that we're looking at here on the screen, we have fruitless olive trees planned for the area around the Access Plaza. I don't believe that comment was directed towards the palm court, which is a very strong, new palm tree feature that you see, at the right side of this plan. I think it was more directed towards kind of the perimeter of the building and along Coda Street as well, where we have additional fruitless olive trees planned. So if Mr. Bolton could switch to the other plan, we can look at that. And I think it was Board Member Black who made the comment, and I think it was just more about, how to settle this building into the landscape and what would be an appropriate species. So, we do plan on adding some additional new species to the palette, and those could be maybe some palms or things like giant bird of paradise, which get extremely tall and have, big broad leaves, but don't, they're not necessarily a canopy tree. So, we have to strike a balance between aesthetics and maintenance and the realities of the maintenance program that we're going to have for this very important public building.
Thank you
Did
for
that
that
answer your
answer.
question?
That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Those are all of my questions. I'll give the commission another opportunity if there are any further questions that the commission has. Commissioner Bonderson, do you have
Thank you, Vice.
further questions?
Yes, I have one follow-up question. And I believe it will probably be aimed at Mr. Hess, but perhaps Mr. Cornell would also be useful. I'm looking at the letter Mr. Hess addressed, and I'm on page 16 of 58, if it would be useful. It's the very last statement with regard to the request for this project. We request that the project be allowed the flexibility to be as high as the 60-foot limit if needed. We will be working to keep the final height where it is as the design progresses. And I just wanted to know, what will that take? What do you anticipate, and how easy do you believe it will be to hold it at approximately 53 feet?
Vice Chair Escobedo and Commissioner Bonderson, as Brian has alluded to, and as Richard Six also alluded to, the bulk mass scale height of this building at this point, we don't anticipate it changing very much. I think the language was recommended that we have that because that's the community benefit range of up to 60 feet. But again, that's not our intent. Our intent is to keep it where it is, if not lower.
Thank you. And the neighboring building, the Antioch building, in the presentation, we saw some imagery. What is the height of that neighboring building? At its highest?
Well, at its highest, at the very top of that octagon that is sort of a lobby element in that building, it's 60 feet. So that was back in the days, when 60 feet was the allowable height. And the ridges of those two wings that we see predominant here that are actually residential units on the third floor, those ridges are at about 45 feet. And then it's that middle, or that section that is further to the north, that is up to 60 feet. You can kind of see that from those lines if you project them across.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. And actually, I'm going to have Mr. Hess and maybe Mr. Canal, if you want to come back on. I do have one further question for both of you, and it was that we're about to, it looks like, head into our deliberations, and we're going to obviously take action on the height exemption. But in terms of comments, are there any specific comments that you're looking for from the commission that we can include in our deliberation? And I mean, is there anything that you would like them to comment on, whether it's the Coda Street frontage or that could be helpful?
Well, I Chair Escobedo, I naturally want you to just, say glowing, praising things about the building so that we can keep moving. But no, I would love to hear your candid comments. And if there are areas, that you want to see ABR particularly focus on, from your observations of this building, I think it would be really helpful. The process, it always, the more people weigh in and the more we get the benefit of the perception of this building and how to make it better, the better we'll be able to make it. So
there is nothing particularly discussed at ABR that you would like us to definitely include in our comments?
Well, I mean, we had one member, as Mr. Six mentioned, there was one member, the chair, who was particularly disturbed about the Coda Street elevation and seeing that parking structure. And, our practical reality is that we really can't, although we can, create a facade that makes people not think it's a parking structure, it is still there. My hope would be that this commission, finds the Coda Street side acceptable and accepting of the entrance where we have it to the north, so that we can kind of put that to bed and really zero in on the details for the building. Brad, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add.
Vice Chair Escobedo, I just concur with Brian.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
So I will welcome my fellow commissioners back and we will head into our deliberations. Commissioner Wiscombe, did you want to kick it off?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. Yeah, I'll be happy to kick it off. I'm going to try to keep my comments short. They're kind of divided into two categories. One is the height finding that we need to make today, and the second is comments related to, I think we were asked to comment on the development application for when it comes back to us and what we want to see. So that's where I'm going to take it. This is a community benefit project that is much needed. I think we all are aware of that. And I am pleased with how far it's come. And thank you to Mr. Hess, Mr. Cornell, and Mr. McLaren, and everyone that's managed to get the project to this point. I can definitely support the height increase to 60 feet and make the findings. I have, in terms of the finding, let me just go to the findings. We should probably put them up on the screen if Mr. Bolton could do that. In terms of the architecture and design, I think that I have every confidence in ABR and working with the design team to make this exemplary. And given the building's functions and in the diverse program in the building, I think that ABR has recognized that and has really provided the flexibility for that. And I appreciated Mr. Cornell's comments about looking forward to working with them further and advancing the design. So I think I have every confidence it will be exemplary. I appreciated the walkabout visuals in lieu of the story poles. And given the impacts to the farmers market, we're in a period of COVID still. I think that the walkabout visuals and the city's ability to have gotten them out to the public, which they did, was greatly appreciated. And I don't think there's a need for story poles. Let's see. So when coming back, these are in no particular order. When coming back for the development plan approval to the Planning Commission, I would appreciate knowing where, identifying the specific sites where the replacement trees are going. There's both the Tipuanu trees, and there are the coast live oaks, and they're both supposed to be off-site locations for the mitigation for removal of those. So I would like to know the specific sites on those. In terms of Coda Street and the elevations, I agree. The ABR made a comment that it deserves more inviting treatment. I think that will evolve again as it goes through the process of ABR. I absolutely agree and support ABR wanting to convert the on-street parking on Santa Barbara Street to an additional parkway. And I think there are opportunities there for perhaps some more canopy trees. I don't know, but I absolutely would support that. I think that's an excellent idea for not only the safety of not having cars parked out in front of the police station, but also just to really soften that whole elevation. I like the open grid flexibility as Mr. Cornell described, and Mr. McLaren so aptly presented kind of the program as it's happening now, and the flexibility that it will provide. I think by the way the building has been designed. And then lastly, I just want to say, I really like the Palm Court entry. I think that's really a nice feature with the flag. And I think it's going to be lovely in its design. And I appreciated Commissioner Higgins' comments about public art. I thought, that's a component that, down the road, but think now about opportunities for public art. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
I didn't say anything.
Sorry.
No. Oh.
I just raised my hand. I don't, nobody else was speaking.
Commissioner Lodge, you can go.
Commissioner Bonderson, were you ready to go ahead or?
No, Commissioner Lodge, I believe you're next.
Okay. All right. Well, there's absolutely no question about it's being a community benefit project, and I was in 1981 when I became mayor. It was already, as has been described, that the existing building was already totally inadequate. My concern is with the design, and we're being asked to make the finding that it's exemplary. I'm not ready to do that. I think I've watched all the hearings before the ABR, and it's certainly greatly improved over what was described as belligerently modern design that the Cornell Collective started with. For me, this is a building that, as Mr. Cornell said, is going to be there for at least 100 years. And it's a major civic building, and it needs to say Santa Barbara, and it doesn't. The windows, as Mr. Sick said, they need to be, the big industrial style windows need to be broken up. But Mr. Bolden, could you bring up the logo for this project? I noticed during one of the hearings that the little sketch that's inside that says Santa Barbara. And that's the direction I think this project needs to go, and it would soften it and respond to the comments that the members of the ABR have made. Also, I disagree with my colleague, Commissioner Wiscombe, about the palm court. Palm trees essentially are sticks. They don't do anything. You know, when they start out, they're not terribly tall. They're a little more than that, sticks with little fluffs on the top. And I would like to see more in the way of canopy trees in that area. Also, palm trees don't really go with Spanish style architecture. I mean, the olive trees certainly do. But I think it's going in the right direction, and I look forward to seeing it when it comes back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lodge. Commissioner Bonderson, Commissioner Higgins, who would like to go next?
I can go next. Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to follow suit as Commissioner Wiscombe and do my best to follow straight down the list of findings. I'd like to start by stating that I understand this building has to be adaptable, and I agree with the sentiment that this proposed box, as it's been proposed internally, is flexible, and it shows, you know, the structural system to be set up in a way that allows for program changes over time. And I appreciate that. I think that is an appropriate design solution. I support that. With regard to the demonstrated need, I believe that there's a very clear and obvious demonstration of that. There's definitely adequate demonstration to show our community need, and there's no question about that. With regard to the site constraints topic, I appreciate the applicant's ability to gracefully meet the California state regulations and the FEMA regulations, which require that essential buildings such as a police station be raised out of that floodplain. I appreciate that the solutions that have been developed to do so for this design serve that requirement, and they're satisfactory on the site, because we are dealing with a site that has a natural slope, and it does have some site constraints. And I think that that's been handled properly to the best of what we could expect. But I am looking forward to improving that relationship with how the services might be brought outward on the CODA side, as the applicants have discussed. I think that's we're on the right track for that. Looking forward to seeing how that develops. With regard to the architecture and design item, I don't think that we are yet ready to declare this building as exemplary, although I do feel like we are on the right track and we aren't that far. I'd like to see more of those traditional architectural features and aesthetic elements that we've discussed. I think it's very important for us to hold the design to the expectation that we expect to see in Santa Barbara. Commissioner Lodge touched on those. It sounds like the project will return to ABR a few more times, so there'll be several opportunities to improve on the exterior modifications, and I look forward to seeing those. I also appreciated Mr. Cornell's when he brought up the idea that the tower will be an important landmark opportunity if done correctly, and I'm excited to see how that design will be modified to be more unique and special. I think there's an excellent opportunity there. I also want to come back to Commissioner Lodge's comments, or it was actually a question, about removing the roof over that open space at the corner of CODA and Santa Barbara Street. I understood Mr. Cornell's explanation, but I'm also curious to see if there may be any other design options to allow that second floor corner to feel lighter. Perhaps there could be temporary shading elements or the use of landscape or open trellis design or something that it's not just a heavy roof. And I know that that, you know, requires some exploration and we may end up not having a good option, but I really wanted to bring that back to the forefront. I thought that was a very good observation. And lastly, with regard to design, I wanted to mention that I am particularly interested in knowing what other landscaping options there could be, since we are a water sensitive community. And when we are looking at different types of landscape, if there could be some way of using this public service building to demonstrate, you know, water resistant, good kind of drought plantings in a beautiful and artistic way. I don't know what that would replace. I don't know if that would be a good solution, but I would be interested in knowing if there would be any way of doing so. And lastly, I'll just say I'm very pleased to see the solar panels, the opportunity for battery storage, and the goal of being a net zero, zero net carbon building. I'm very pleased to see that, and I'm glad it's part of the application. And I think that covers all of the line items. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonderson. Commissioner Higgins?
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this, but the exemplary design subject, I think I agree with what I heard from Commissioner Lodge and Bonderson. I'm not really enthused, I guess. I mean, it's a very lovely building, but I kind of go back and forth on this. I guess the finding says the project will be exemplary in its design, which leaves room for improvements. Is that the right interpretation? It's a question for staff. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have a public building here with a lot of public financing and like, yeah, I don't want to compare it to the courthouse, but this is a courthouse moment for us. So it doesn't have to be that, but it has to be more special. And I hate to do that to you, Brian, but or say that because I'm the armchair, I'm not even an armchair architect, and I don't play architect well on the planning commission. But I want it to be a little bit more special, I guess is probably the best way to put it, like Commissioner Lodge put it. And I'll leave it at that. You know, I slip into pre-AUD, post-Measure B mode all the time with this height limit stuff. We shouldn't even be here. We used to have 60-foot height limit. So, I mean, I want the project to move along. I'm not offended with the height. I just want the design to be a little bit more special. And you are really, your design team really is doing an excellent job at matching form and function, maybe a little too well. So I'll leave it there, and I trust our design review boards will you know, not let anything out that isn't really perfect and really special. I do think I would love to see some room for public art. I don't want a public art program though to slow down this process. So because that could be a very long process, and but I would like to see some room somewhere on the building or in the property for that opportunity. And I do hope this project moves along quickly, given its past, and the community already voted to finance this with Measure C. So you're heading in the right direction, and thank you guys for all your hard work so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I will start my deliberations with focusing on the height exemption. And I I think it has been well explained and well documented that there is a demonstrated need for the height exemption. The site constraints, and you compound that with the need to accommodate for a 500-year flood. The desired architectural qualities matching the floor plate height of the parking structure with the police department building, it was compelling and it makes a lot of sense. So I can definitely make the demonstrated need finding. The architecture and design, this has always been a component of the height exemption findings that has been somewhat frustrating, especially at this early process to before the design is completed. It's always difficult to make that finding. And I don't know if there's an opportunity at some point in the future to revisit these findings to be more intentional for what we are looking at, especially when we get these height exemption determinations so early on in the process. But I can find that this is exemplary design at this point, and it's only going to get better. And I think we're most of the way there. I trust that ABR is going to continue to work with the applicant to refine the design elements and address many of the concerns that we've heard from commissioners and ABR members. So I can definitely make that finding. Sensitivity to context, I think the aerial view, the computer generations, the walk-bys, all really gave me a good sense of what the context would be in the neighborhood. And I think it does fit in, especially with the future development of the surrounding areas. And I do think that what exists now, both on the site of having the computer generated image with a picture of the site now and having it from different angles, I think for me, that's more contextual than story poles. And I think it tells the story a little bit better about the building form and what we can expect, especially for such a large project. So I can make all of the findings for the height exemption, and I'm in support of that when someone does make a motion. In terms of comments in preparation for when this returns for a development plan, I think that, let me see. I think it's off to a really good start. The big thing for me is the flexibility. I'm hoping that in the coming decades, we're changing the way that we address public safety. And as we change the way that we address public safety, we're also changing the way that this building functions. And so it was very, very nice to hear from Mr. Kernal about the actual functionality of the building and how adaptable it could be to future uses. In addition, it is very innovative, and I do love the ideas of having a common locker room with single stall changing rooms, showers, and restrooms, because not only is it inclusive to both men and women, but those non-binary folks, and hopefully in our future police department and public safety officials, we do have some non-binary folks that are working for us and providing public safety services for us. And having those facilities there only makes it more likely. So I'm very much in support of that. I am in support of the idea of making this project as sustainable as possible, and it sounds like it's off to a good start. I would really push the applicant team to consider battery storage as the initial backup, and then you have the backup generators as a secondary backup, if you will. Battery storage is not only emissionless, and those diesel generators are really inefficient, but like Mr. Kernal said, it gets you closer to that net zero building that we're looking for. I really like the idea of having, you're not going to have parking on Santa Barbara Street right in front of the building, and using that space, extending the curb and using it for landscaping, greenery, that just provides a better pedestrian experience and a better experience with the building. Let's see. I wouldn't want to see the terrace roof removed from that outdoor work area. As Commissioner Bonderson had stated, maybe there's some design solution that could make that a little bit softer and address some of the concerns that Commissioner Lodge had addressed. But I do think that for the functionality of the space, and also I do like the fact that it is a green roof on top of there that's going to help with stormwater management. I think that's a benefit, and I would be in support of keeping it. I am glad that we were able to find another place to put the solar panels that were removed on the Coda Street side from the ABR meeting. And for me, one of the comments that was made in the last ABR meeting was talking about the Coda side and how it was dead frontage and that they wanted more activity there. And I suppose moving IT there is a solution, but for me, when I think about this building, although it is going to be architecturally fantastic and it's going to be exemplary in design, the fact that it is the police department is housed in this building and people, not everyone in our community has the most positive experience with police in general. It doesn't have to be our police department, but police in general. Honestly, having that Coda side where it is going to be a little bit busier, where it is, as the ABR member had called it, dead frontage, to me is not a bad thing. I think if, for me personally, and understanding the anxiety that comes around sometimes being around police, it might be kind of nice that on the busier side, on that Coda side, that you try to create an environment where you almost forget that it's a police department, where it does benefit, whether it's landscaping or otherwise, or public art. I love the idea of public art that benefits the architecture, benefits the pedestrian experience, but doesn't draw attention to the fact that it's the police department. And I think having staff entrances on that side, I think having the main entrance on that side, all of those attract attention to the fact that that is the police department. For some of us in this community, that induces anxiety, and it's not always a positive experience. Hopefully we get there at some point in our community where everyone in our community has that positive feeling, but not everybody does. So for me, it's a positive that we use that to our advantage to create a welcoming pedestrian experience and interactions with the architecture, but not necessarily drawing attention to the fact that that building houses the police department. For me, the height is definitely acceptable, and those are my comments. And I will open up the floor to my fellow commissioners to hopefully entertain a motion for the height exemption finding. Commissioner Wiscombe?
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Escobedo. I think your comments on the Coda Street side are totally relevant and just really succinct, and let's make the experience less like a police station and more like a good public experience. I really appreciated that. I think that was very articulate on your part, and I totally agree with that. I'm going to emphasize the fact that I know Commissioner Lodge said it's not exemplary in design at this point, but our finding is that the project will be exemplary in its design, and we are not armchair architects on the Planning Commission, and we rely on our design review boards to reach that point. So I definitely can make that finding, and I'm So I'm going to make a motion, if you'll indulge me, that we accept the findings, which are demonstrated need. I think there's no question about that, that the architecture and design will be exemplary, and I'm going to emphasize will be exemplary, and that sensitivity to context, it does complement the setting and the character of the neighboring properties. I think that in the presentation that was made fairly clear, and that we approve the applicable height finding to 60 feet for this community benefit project.
Second.
I'd be happy to second that motion.
So we have a first from Commissioner Wiscombe, a second from Commissioner Bonderson. Is there any deliberation on the motion on the table? Commissioner Wiscombe?
I just want to add, I know we have a motion in a second. I just want to add that all our comments about when it returns for the development plan application, when it returns to us, that these comments be included in the minutes. I think that's very helpful for both our deliberations and also for the public and for the design team. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. And I confirmed with staff prior to the meeting that it'll contain all of our comments on the minute. Is there any discussion about the motion on the table? Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. This reminds me of a project that came before the Planning Commission way back when, in which the proponents asked that the commission have faith in them. The results were not faith-worthy, but but if this will be, I guess I'll put my faith in the ABR to make sure that it is. And I know Mr. Kernell can make it that too.
Commissioner Bonderson?
Thank you. I just want to use this opportunity to ask a general question, and perhaps one of our more experienced commissioners may reflect on projects that you've seen prior to this one. I'm particularly interested in the item where it talks about the full 60 versus 53, the requested height. I remember with the Granada Garage that we were very specific on what we wanted to potentially allow. Is there a need or even flexibility to put any recommendations or limitations on this?
Commissioner Wiscombe?
Commissioner Bonderson, I think my answer to that question is, and we've had this before on Planning Commission, my answer to that question is when it's a community benefit project and they ask to go to 60 feet, and we have a public record now that says, 53 feet and so many inches, and, that we give them that latitude in case something comes up. I don't anticipate that this project's going to go to 60 feet based on what we've heard at this meeting, but that's the height exception finding from 45 to 60 feet. And I think that's appropriate, and that was staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonderson?
I appreciate that feedback very much. And I agree with you. So I'm glad that it works out that way. Thank you.
Any other discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Higgins?
Nope.
All right, I think we are ready for a voice roll call vote. Ms. Finesse?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. I will now begin a roll call vote. Commissioner Higgins,
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonderson,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Escobedo.
Yes,
Thank you. Motion passes.
thank you. Ms. DeBusk, is there anything else needed from us before we close out this item?
Vice Chair Escobedo, no, I think we have everything. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move on to our administrative agenda and move on to our liaison report. Are there any liaison reports from commissioners?
Yes,
Commissioner
Vice
Higgins?
Chair Escobedo, I believe we have an appeal of the show item, the Marburg item. But I'm going to do this sort of informally here and ask Mr. Busk about that. I think it was appealed, but I don't know what the date, if there's a date on that appeal yet. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. I did neglect to mention that because I thought I had already mentioned it, but I may not have. Yes, we received an appeal of 2 South Quarantina. We haven't finalized the date, but we're looking at March 13th. Thank you.
March 13th?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. May 13th.
Right. Would hope it wouldn't take a year. Okay, thank you.
Let's not go back to March 13th. Let's move it here on.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have to report in terms of show. The Highway 101 Design Committee had a meeting yesterday. We talked about the Cabrillo interchange, and it was primarily focused on exterior treatments of the overpass and landscape plantings. Some talk about retaining walls, but nothing major.
Thank you, Commissioner Higgins. Other liaison reports? Commissioner Lodge?
Thank you, Vice Chair Escobedo. The City Council Sustainability Committee met last Monday, and the big item on their agenda was an ordinance to prohibit or go to all electric for and eliminate gas with some exceptions. There was a lot of comment from the environmentally oriented people in favor of it, and a lot of comment from those representing the gas industry, not in support. But they voted to send it on to the Council Ordinance Committee. That's it. Thank you.
And Commissioner Lodge, if I could ask a question, what type of exemptions, if you remember, were they discussing?
Well, something like a hospital, for example, that would be, a major user. But yeah, I can't recall offhand beyond that. There were a few exemptions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other committee liaison reports? All right. With a whole hour to spare. Well, thank you all for being patient with me for my first item. I really appreciate it. And with no other items on the agenda, we will adjourn today's meeting. Have a great day, everyone.
Good job.
Thank you.
See you in a couple weeks.